Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the December 10th, 2024 City Council meeting. Anne Marie, can we start with a roll call?
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Kemp.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgo.
Here.
Mayor Renagi.
Here. And then we'll have Councilmember Whalen lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand and join me in the pledge.
Madam City Attorney, do we have any announcements from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 5 items listed on its agenda. There was no public comment in advance of closed session. All 5 council members were present and the council recessed at 5:04 p.m. Sorry, we were late. With respect to the first item, conference with real property negotiators, the City Council has directed to continue to negotiate on that item. With respect to the conference with real property negotiators for Tiamo, that item is on the council's agenda for later tonight, and council has approved a price reduction as requested, which will be reported later this evening. The price reduction is for $100,000. There is no reporting out on item number 3 for anticipated litigation, nor on items 4 or 5. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to start with the first presentation, which is the 2024 Children's Holiday Palette Awards recognition. We have Sean Poschel here, and before she starts, I'll just say that I entered the palette contest and I didn't win, and I never had a chance of winning. I was not a good artist, so congratulations to all of you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight is a highlight of the arts year where we get to recognise young artists in our community, and we're always very excited about that. This actually marks the 20th anniversary of the Children's Holiday Palette exhibition, and tonight we're recognising 12 artists who were selected for an exhibition at City Hall. We actually received 140 submissions to the competition, and all the submissions are available to be seen on the city's website under Cultural Arts. Holiday palettes are unique, a unique tradition to Laguna Beach. We see our adult palettes hung throughout the city during the holiday season. And we're particularly proud to have such an opportunity for our young artists who are really the future of our public art in the future. On behalf of the Arts Commission and City Council, I would like to thank all the teachers, the art teachers, the parents, the family and friends for encouraging young artists to participate in this great program. Arts Program Coordinator Mike McGregor will now announce the names of the young artists who were selected by the Arts Commission for recognition. Please hold your applause until all the names have been called. And when you hear your name, please come up to the front and you are going to meet Mayor Renagi for your certificate, and we're going to take a group photograph at the very end. So hold on for that, if you wouldn't mind joining me.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Once again, please hold your applause to the end. And if any family wants to get a photograph, we can do so once everybody's got their award up front. The 2024 Children's Holiday Palette Award winners are Elena Nielsen, Adeline Palme, Vivian Gu, Kira Dull, Lily Adair, Emma Kopernick, Ella Shen, Bella Evans, Linus Wong, Aurora Morgan, and Coraline Evans. Congratulations to our winners.
Oh, to keep it here? Okay. So the holiday palettes are very important, and that was amazing. But what's also very important is our city's infrastructure, and so that's why I'm going to bring up a very important person to making our infrastructure what it is, Mark Trestic, who's retiring. So Mark, do you want to come up here and join me? So, so tonight, and I haven't even given the speech yet. Are those good kids right there? Are those good kids? Cool. Oh, cool. So I see we got a round of applause before the speech. Tonight we have the honor of recognizing an extraordinary individual who's dedicated 23 years of service to the city of Laguna Beach with unparalleled commitment, expertise, and heart. Mark Trestic joined the city in 2001 as an associate civil engineer, rose to become the assistant city engineer in 2007, and ultimately served as our city engineer since 2018. Mark, your steady leadership and dedication to our community are truly remarkable. You've overseen critical areas such as pavement management, development review, water quality assurance, coordination with intergovernmental agencies. You've ensured that every project, no matter how complex, reflects the unique needs and character of Laguna Beach. Let's talk about the impact that you've had. Over your career, you've been responsible for funding, designing, and constructing more than 120 capital projects valued at over $75 million. These projects weren't just routine, they involved unique challenges like most projects in Laguna Beach do. Coastal bluffs, environmental preservation, and significant community input. Thanks to your leadership, we've seen renovations at parks like Bluebird Canyon and Ken Frank View Park, new sidewalks on streets like Crest and Temple Hills, and reconstructed beach access ways at iconic locations like Diamond and Oak Street. You also served on the front lines during emergencies, leading response and repair efforts during the 2005 Bluebird Canyon landslide and citywide flooding in 2010 and 2019. And let's not forget, you've resurfaced most of our roads, most of our city streets twice and maintained our very good roadway rating with OCTA since 2016. Beyond the day-to-day, you've also helped ensure our city's future. Your efforts secured over $10 million in gas tax funding for roadway maintenance over the last 20 years. And you represented us on OCTA's Technical Advisory Committee and helped coordinate over $40 million in Caltrans improvements along Coast Highway and Laguna Canyon Road. On behalf of the City Council and the entire Laguna Beach community, both in the present and in the future, who will enjoy all this infrastructure that you were able to develop, I want to say thank you and we wish you the best in retirement. You can do it. And then you want to get. So before we get to public comments, City Manager, are there any additions and deletions to the agenda? And then I also want to deal with the bringing one of the appeal items forward. So if you could make those recommendations.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's go through that. I'm going to recommend that item 24, which is the item involving the Community Land Trust as well as the Artist Live Work Housing, be continued. I wanted to assure the public that, we're working, as Megan reported at a closed session, we're working closely on this one, especially to complete our due diligence, just as we promised. But we're not ready to move forward with this specific action tonight. But please stay tuned because things will happen quickly on that. I think that's the only one besides moving the one of the appeals items up.
And then should we do the appeals item now as well?
Yeah,
Do you need any
So
action on
you'd want
that?
a motion, right?
No, we don't need to delete. Okay, so then, and then what's the recommendation on the appeals item?
The recommendation on the appeal is to continue to January 28th.
Okay,
So January 28th, the second meeting in January.
and so we'd have to open public hearing on that issue.
And take comment on the
Public comments.
continuances. And I would ask the council also, like we did with 8 Rockledge at the last meeting, to set a deadline for the appellant and the applicant to come to an agreement.
Okay,
And so I think staff recommended January 3rd
okay.
as the deadline for the agreement.
So let's open the public hearing and then the council can weigh in on that unless there's any questions before that. So opening the public hearing on the question of the continuance.
So this is 1560 Sunset Ridge,
Mhm.
or Appeal A.
I see Larry Noakes coming.
We're letting you out early tonight, Larry.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. We've been working on discussions, modifications on this. We've got some things solved and there are a couple of things that remain to be solved and addressed. I just wanted to get the date on the date to come to the agreement. I didn't hear it.
We raised raised it yet.
Well, I just said that staff recommended January 3rd for the
January
date
3rd.
for the agreement. As I understand, that was worked backwards from a staking date.
Right.
December
I
20th.
Yeah, I understand that there's going to be new stakes. The plan has been modified. New stakes are going to be erected and certified so that it's clear. There are still some issues with regard to the height of the roof ridge, but I think once that comes into clarity, then they'll be able to discuss that with some objectivity. Martina, I think, had mentioned that there's an issue with we have to do a staff report, and because there's been a new plan that's been proposed, I just wanted to make sure that she had time to do all of that. So
So before we get to Martina, Larry, do you have any other
No,
public? Okay,
nothing else.
thank you. So are there any other public comments in this public hearing? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to staff. Martina?
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As the city manager described and the city attorney, the recommendation is to continue to the January 28th hearing with a deadline for a submittal of an agreement on the 3rd of January. And that would accommodate our review and staff report preparation and things like that.
That sounds good. Any questions from the council? Somebody want to make a motion?
I'd move that we continue the appeal to January 28th and require the applicant, is it?
The agreement to be
The
provided.
agreement to be provided from both parties by January 3rd.
I will second that. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, thank you, Martina. Thank you, Larry. So now at this point, we are going to take public comments on non-agenda items. And each public comment will be up to 3 minutes and for a total of 45 minutes. So please line up if you'd like to provide public comment.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Vincent Casella. I represent Dwayne and Kelly Roberts, who reside at 1 Camel Point. And to give some context, I've been handling their estate security for about 25 years now. There's an issue that's been a concern, and the challenge is that the homeowners beside the homeowner at 3 Camel Point are very frustrated. So I'm just here as a representative to bring to your attention that the property condition of the residents located at 3 Camel Point Drive in the city of Laguna Beach is really creating a public nuisance. Anybody familiar with Camel Point Drive will know that it's just south of the Montage, in between the access point to West Beach and Aliso Beach. This property has been in a state of continual improvement going on 4 years, 3 years, 5 months, and a number of days as of today's date. So I did provide some context. I sent quite a bit of information to City Manager Wilson. We had a discussion on it, and she advised that I come here and kind of bring this to everybody's attention. But rather than go through the entire background, I thought I'd give you some pertinent information to look at with some imagery and just make you aware that all the homeowners, I'm also on the committee for the street improvement for the Camel Point South Coast Water District street construction. My company has been at the Roberts for 25 years. We're out there managing the daily. Last night we had another incident, security problems with the property. I've tried to engage that homeowner on several occasions, offering them, hey, we'll provide security at a massively discounted rate, but it doesn't make sense for the Roberts to have us manage their problem when it's very simple. I engage with their contractor on a daily basis. They're not supposed to be there doing work. They're there doing work. And so I engage with code enforcement, trying to just resolve the issue and get everybody in this spirit of community. So, see, my time is running short, but hopefully my request resonates with some of you. The homeowners are there very upset. I'm engaging. I have a petition signed by each homeowner. There's 11 homes there. 2 are trying to sell. They can't sell because no one likes to see that eyesore. The Roberts live right next door, and you're talking multi-million-dollar views that are destroyed because people are squatting in the property, jumping the fence because the fence is zero security. So your consideration is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mike Bino, Laguna Bluebelt. Please load my slides. As some of you know, we are seeking a resolution from the City Council to expand protection all the way to the southern city limits. Next slide, please. As you recall, there was a long process. Next slide, please. There was a long process. There was a long process where we set up the marine protected areas, and you'll notice that we followed the longitude and latitude lines. And the reason why we did that is to make it easy for location for the fishing community offshore. We also set it up to allow more offshore fishing for Newport Beach and Dana Point fisheries, rather than making it a large box. Next slide, please. So right now we're in the middle of the 10-year decadal review for the marine protected areas. And there's been a recent letter sent to the city to encourage participation. Unfortunately, the next meeting is tomorrow night, tomorrow day during December 11th. Next slide, please. Our petition seeks to extend the boundary all the way to the southern city limits. This happened after the city annexed South Laguna Beaches. You've received letters of support from Three Arch Bay, South Laguna Civic Association, Laguna Ocean Foundation, the Canyon Conservancy, Coastkeeper, Social Compassion Legislation Project O, and other groups supporting this boundary revision. Next slide, please. So why are we doing this? We're seeking equitable protection of marine resources. This also follows the city annexation of South Laguna Beaches. The petition, fortunately, meets 4 of the 5 requirements for approval. We're seeking coordinated and consistent messaging for the residents and visitors, and this also will align with the city's Vision 3030 initiative while expanding the marine habitat. Laguna's state marine conservation areas were determined to be the minimum size, so this would allow us to go to a larger marine habitat and more likely success. Next slide, please. City Council's been involved since the beginning, and the reason why Laguna has been so successful is because of our City Council leadership. So I thank you all for that. Here's a history of the previous City Council involvement. Next slide, please. What we're seeking is a resolution to support our petition and ask the council or staff for participation in the meeting tomorrow with Fish and Game. Next slide, please. I drafted a resolution based upon previous resolutions that the city has for these types of issues. So thank you all for your support. The marine protected areas in Laguna are now a legend in the state of California. The divers express incredible reports about the recovery of our sea life, and I thank you all for that. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Council, Tom Gibbs, as you know. With the election of Councilmember Jones and re-election of Councilmember Whalen, we have a city council that can work well together, not across purposes, but toward common goals. And I'd like to share with you what I think are important goals for the city. First is public safety. I serve as the vice president of the Laguna Beach Police and Community Foundation. For all you out there, it's a 501c3 organization that we have donations of money to support our police officers, scholarships, times of need, and numerous other things. From that work, I've seen our chief, Calvert, in action. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, we have a great police department. It is, I think, the best and highest morale that I've seen since I've been a resident here. And they deserve our support, not only the city council, but the community as a whole. Second, fire safety. As many of you know, I served on the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee for many years. And I can honestly say that Chief Nico King is the best. He has pulled together that department, and they are doing wonderful things. It's really important that, given the fire danger to our community, that we support the fire department. Recently, the city council approved additional firemen, but a lot more needs to be done. It's critical that and I also point out Whalen and Councilmember Kemp's great work on the fire safety plan, but more needs to be done, and it requires our urgent attention. The next is business environment. Joe Hanauer wrote an article in the Indy on the word development. It's not a dirty word. In fact, it's a critical function and a critical thing in our community. Our community needs a thriving business because that serves not only visitors, but us residents. Can you imagine if we had no business, we'd be like a town in the middle of the desert? I don't think anyone would like that. We should focus on supporting our business and making it thrive for the benefit of the whole community. Finally, the planning department. I serve on the DRB and I see firsthand what's going on there, and it's in need of attention. I think the council members know this. My hat's off to Dave Kiff because the energy is being put to deal with the problems in the planning department. The staff is great. You have a great staff. It needs the support. It needs additional staff. It needs to cure the backlog. And by the way, I've talked to architects recently. The backlog has gotten considerably better. So thank you, Mr. Kiff. Thank you, Mr. Contreras. It's fundamentally important. So let me conclude that I'm confident that working together, I'm confident that working together, you all will continue to improve our city for the benefit of this great community that we're privileged to live in. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
George Dubin with you. Alex, congrats on your mayorship, and Mark, your pro tem. Bob, congrats on your reelection, and Hallie, welcome to council. I came down tonight for obvious reasons to speak to number 24, which I just found out was continued to a date uncertain. I do have some, in case you didn't get them, I'll give this some letters of support from various people in the community as well as other artists. And in regards to that item, we'll look forward to coming back in support of that whenever it gets re-agendized but I want you to know that, you know, the artists are fully committed to helping this project move forward. I sincerely hope that you continue forward with it when the time is right. And just to let you know how much your efforts are appreciated all the way around, and we're here to support it. And I just want to say, you know, we can keep this local. You know, I know we don't need, you know, multi-thousands of dollars of outside management. The current person who is managing the property is making $3,500 a month, which is considerably less than the numbers I've been hearing. And in terms of artist support, artists have a lot of skills. I just want to reiterate to all of you and also to staff that the more we can keep this in-house, the better it's going to be. It's going to be more affordable, and we have plenty of people in this town who have the skills to make that happen. So I appreciate your efforts, and thanks for letting me speak on this. I know it's oh, by the way, there was going to be quite a few other people coming down for this, so maybe during your other agenda items, you might mention once or twice that it has been continued, so people don't sit around till whenever it would have come up, and they're able to go home and do whatever they're going to do there. So thank you for your time. I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Trish Sweeney, and as you begin your new term, I hope you'll put transparency and accountability front and center, the way former Councilman Weiss did. Over the past 4 years, George asked tough questions, exposing what was really going on at City Hall. For residents, it was a revelation. But we're still waiting for an explanation about the departure of Police Chief Thompson, a former FBI agent who disappeared just 5 months after taking the job. We're still waiting to hear how moving the library ended up on the consent calendar when many families were on spring break. The agreement shortened the 50-year lease to 3 with a move in 18 months. Mayor and city manager put items on the consent calendar, so whose idea was it? Councilman Weiss stood up for everything that's wrong in small-town politics. He offered solutions, but was often undermined. George wasn't included in some meetings on the hospital, despite being a committee co-chair. He didn't get the TOT reports, a fact that was disclosed at the last regular city council meeting. And of course, progress on the library, which he helped save, wasn't even sent to him as a professional courtesy. I will always be grateful to Councilman Weiss for standing up for me and 3 other women falsely accused by the former city manager in a public televised meeting of workplace harassment. This despite not ever having worked for the city. None of the rest of you said a word, and that speaks volumes. Denying George the pro tem position despite having served the city years longer than the appointee was an injustice only outdone by the plausible deniability regarding the CM's departure. Smearing George was something we 4 could certainly relate to. The truth is, this never should have happened to any of us. Stripping our elected treasurer of her responsibility is a bad look for any city, and it's not okay that our former CFO fired the former auditor without the advice and consent of City Council. Zoom call-ins have not resumed. Laguna's median age is 53.7 years. You have 70 and 80-year-olds, many in poor health, coming down here. Meanwhile, the LA Board of Supervisors has used Zoom and phone call-ins for years. Please address this. Thousands of us voted for George in 2020 and again this past November. We voted for rational, honest leadership, for common sense when it comes to city finances, and for doing the right thing. We're watching. Many of us don't want pricey projects in the name of progress. We don't want to spend $3 million for 4 restaurants in Forest while retailers around them go out of business. Make the promenade hybrid so everyone wins. Coast Highway is only so wide, so maybe acquiring isn't the answer. We don't think acquiring Laguna Canyon Road, then assuming millions more in liability is a good idea either. And the parking lot and playground in South Laguna, getting rid of it, it's a vanity project. And yes, we do want term limits. If you don't believe us, then let taxpayers vote on these projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm here to ask again to please reinstate Zoom. The election is over, flu season's on its way, and residents would really appreciate being able to participate without being concerned about health issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening, Sherry Morgan. I am here tonight to congratulate the city on a very festive hospitality night. I also participated in the Coast Film Festival, and as the first time attendee, because I have been driving in years past, driving kids around, I wanted to make sure that I seized the whole experience. And so we attended every night from the opening night until the very end. And it was difficult to get to some of the multiple events once they started using multiple venues. But we wanted to make sure that we absorbed the whole experience and what the intention was. And it was fabulous. The space at the Rivian is gorgeous, and the efforts that were done from City Council in partnership with the company was a brilliant idea. It was a brilliant breath of fresh air into our community. And the energy and the excitement and the love and the joy that was on display at Hospitality Night was fabulous. As an incoming civil servant to our community, I am so excited to be able to work with you all and try and find ways that we can harness all of that collaboratively and look for ways throughout our community that we can come together to find great solutions that meet all of our needs and use our tax dollars wisely and maximize the spaces and the opportunities that we have. And I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to working with you. And thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, gang. So my name is Jeff Meberg. I'm the chairman of Pacific Marine Mammal Center. And I just wanted to say, Mr. Renagi, welcome. Glad that you're mayor. Ms. Jones, welcome. Mr. Whalen, glad that you got reelected. So Pacific Marine Mammal Center and Glenwood Housing Authority, which I'm also a board member, are thrilled at the city council. Congratulations.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. Greg Viviani here, 40-year resident. Congratulations once again to Bob and Hallie Jones on their win. Also to Alex and Mark on their transition. And thank you, Sue, for your efforts as our most recent mayor of this amazing town. I have a couple of things I would like to bring up and hopefully bring Councilmember Jones up to speed with on some issues I have been involved with. First off is the sand berm situation at Aliso Beach in South Laguna and this proposed estuary restoration project. I truly feel that any further movement forward with said estuary restoration project should be determined by the input from the homeowners who are directly affected by this project. Those who live just north of the creek mouth on Aliso Beach and those on Aliso Circle, whose homes have been damaged and also who are inundated with mosquitoes, foul smells, and the negative impact from this stagnant water that sits at this creek mouth. Any change or added space for more water to pool and stagnate will only increase issues that are currently present. I also urge the City Council to come to a compromise if any municipal code, hopefully not, was to be implemented to only prevent breaching of the berm by the public during crowded beach days. This is something I could stand behind. I've also communicated with this with Marine Safety and Public Works about this potential compromise. The creek was starting to flow towards the north, a northerly path a few days ago. If left alone and unattended and not straightened out, it would have eventually meandered more and more to the north, causing the need for heavy equipment on the sand. Well, yesterday, the local wave riding community and myself used a couple shovels. We were able to dig the creek out, straighten it, and prevent the need of heavy equipment or public works to be on site, just how it has been for the last 50 or 60 years. Lastly, I would also urge the City Council to speak with the Board of Directors and implement stricter guidelines with Visit Laguna and their social media posting and content creation. Myself and other residents have shown the urgency of this needed oversight. And if nothing was implemented, more and more day trippers will inundate the already overcrowded town during peak season. This will only further bring day trippers and more crowds, more trash into our MPA, beaches, and trails. The start of summer is only 6 months away, and I hope I don't have to bring any more trash into these chambers from the destructive tourism that we endured last summer. Please enforce our laws we have to keep our community safe, and I commend our local law enforcement and their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Craig McKesser, 24-year resident of Bluebird Canyon. I'm here to readdress your favorite topic, the speed table in Bluebird Canyon. especially in light of the devastating fires in Malibu today that started last night, I believe. I just have 2 quick points here. So one is lack of due diligence, in my opinion, on the city's part, putting the city at risk and liable in the event of a catastrophic event. No review of comparable cities or policies on speed impediments was done. And you guys, if you spend a few minutes looking through the internet and looking at other cities like Laguna Beach, you're not going to find one city in the entire state of California that puts impediments on an evacuation route. No independent fire experts were consulted. You relied solely on an employed fire chief, which I think was inadequate. No real-time evacuation flow study was done with a 25-mile-per-hour speed table in place. No study was done showing the fire truck's ability to traverse the speed table at 25 miles per hour. And I spoke to probably 5 different fire captains in similar communities to Laguna Beach, and there's not one fire captain that would allow a truck to go 25 miles an hour over a speed impediment. They said it'll damage the truck, is what they said. So I look for you guys to investigate that fact. The last thing was you neglected, impacted residents' opinion. Instead, you relied upon an unverified letters coming from non-impacted residents. Second point was distorted communication by the city manager. In his letter out to the residents after the last council meeting, he ignored one of the key solutions that many of you council members mentioned, pointing out to the residents, which was putting in sidewalks. And that was one of the key next steps. Also, the fire chief's position was ignored in that he stated only the specific plastic table in place he was okay with, no others. The third point was skewed representation of support. I believe the city manager knowingly included a bunch of non-impacted residents' opinion to infer people supported the table in this canyon. This misrepresentation could have dangerous consequences and is flat out wrong. Lastly, in summary, the lack of due diligence, flawed assumptions, and distorted facts puts the lives at risk. I urge council members to reconsider, prioritize safety evacuations and routes, and commit to transparency and accuracy in addressing life-threatening issues. On a positive note, I think you guys did an outstanding job on hospitality night. Just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Gail Waite. I'm a 40-year resident, and I want to congratulate all of the elected officials, including the city clerk and the city treasurer, and I welcome our new mayor pro tem and mayor and Hallie, and I look forward to all the many good things I'm sure you're going to accomplish for Laguna in the years ahead. I could not attend last night to make my remarks because the Laguna Canyon Conservancy and Laguna Canyon Foundation held a joint program, and our guest speaker for Laguna Canyon Conservancy was Supervisor Katrina Foley. So you can kind of thank us because we invited her months ago to come and then gave her the advance warning that you were having a special meeting last night so that she could be here. So anyway, so since I could not be here yesterday, I wanted to come and personally thank Judy Mancuso and George Weiss for running a good campaign, a hard campaign. And I think, anyone who runs for city council obviously deserves, our thanks and gratitude for being willing to do so. But in particular, Judy and George, from my perspective, being an environmentalist for many years, they have served Laguna for, volunteered for many years, many hours of their free time given to try and improve the environment and for Judy animals. But George, will be missed. And I did count on him to respond to my emails and phone calls fairly quickly when I had a concern or a question. And I could always count on him to be involved when there was an issue. So I do want to thank them, and I hope now they'll have more free time to have some fun and contribute. So welcome to all of you new people and returning people, and thank you all, and let's make Laguna a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Debbie Neve, resident and also your commission chair for the Laguna Beach County Water District, and I'm here wearing both hats to congratulate everyone, and now you're the new board for the commission as well, and for the water district. So congratulations to all of you for your wins, and to our youngest mayor, and to Mayor Pro Tem. So congratulations, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Looking forward to our joint meeting in January. So I'm going to close public comment on non-agenda items and bring it back for council and staff reports. So Mr. City Manager, do you have any reports at this time?
A few brief comments. I don't have a community development progress report on this agenda. I did want to share with the public some interim steps taken in community development, especially with Energov. Folks can now apply for accessory dwelling units or ADUs using Energov. That's the online portal, without having to set an application appointment with a planner. This is an important compliance point with state law, and I appreciate the efforts of our community development folks and our IT folks to get this going. We will have an updated community development report for you on the January 14th agenda. I want to remind everybody the tentative date of council goal setting is Friday, January 31st, 2025. We always hope to hold that in a flexible space, but we may end up staying with the council chambers. I'll confer with the mayor on that to make sure we have quality audio and video for the folks that can't attend. Lastly, regarding CR&R, the staff has been working with CR&R on a better, less expensive, and more logical way to handle smaller multifamily complexes. We have a proposal we'll come back with, hopefully in January, to make that make more sense. We've been doing some research in that regard, including with Megan's team, and I've appreciated Megan's work, and are looking forward to improving this for a large group of our multifamily customers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. City Attorney, any updates? Okay, now for the first time, Councilmember Jones, do you have any reports to share?
Only to say thank you to all of you and to the city staff and to my fellow council members for your warm welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Kempf.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. One is just Jeremy. So and back to Mike Beenan's comments. Are we under the understanding that the Fish and Game's not going to hear Laguna Beach boundary revision tomorrow, but they're going to hear it in March?
Essentially, yeah. They're not taking any action on BIN 2 recommendations, which includes the local petition tomorrow, or this week.
So would there be any use in us participating in the meeting then?
Well, the mayor signed a letter for public comment to submit. There is kind of a holding item for BIN 2 items, and it would submit under that, saying the city is still engaged. We're here and looking to discuss and contemplate this item locally when it's coming forward for action ahead of the Fish and Game Commission. So we have participated remotely.
Okay, all right, good. Next thing is I want to thank our city staff for an excellent hospitality night, Public Works, the police, fire, and marine safety, transit and community services, all the businesses and volunteers that participated. It was a big hit. Residents loved it, and I was there, and I think most of us were there. It was really a fun night. Weather was great. And I love that we do it, and I love that we do such a great job with it. Second thing is on the holiday decorations. We've also gotten a lot of feedback. People really love the holiday decorations. They look great. I don't know if it's possible to extend them maybe south on Coast Highway next year, because I feel like as soon as you leave the downtown, although people decorate their businesses and their properties, we could use a little help from the city if we can swing it. And then finally, I'd ask the mayor if we could adjourn the meeting in appreciation of Lance Stewart, who passed away. Lance Stewart was a renowned coach, athlete, and artist in our community who passed away suddenly a few days ago. So I'm hoping that we can recognize him at the end of the meeting. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Whalen.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to echo all the things that Sue said with respect to hospitality night. It was fun. I got to ride the fire truck with one of my little grandsons, so that was a good time. But the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes, I know our police department, our public works guys, I mean, it's huge. So thank you all for doing that. Yesterday morning at 8:30, city manager, the mayor, and I were down at Dana Point. We signed the agreements that you've heard about several times here with the restructuring of the South Orange County Wastewater Authority. It will close by the end of the year, hopefully, but everything's in escrow. that will result in a number of changes, but primarily us getting, along with South Coast, about $12.5 million to redo our coastal treatment plant that will hopefully be very beneficial from an environmental standpoint. So that was exciting. And Dave still has hand cramps, I think. And then this morning I was at the firefighter swearing in and promotion ceremony. Chief, thank you for putting that together. It's always very meaningful to be there to see all the families and the little kids coming up for photos with their mom or dad. So that was a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I would also like to congratulate staff on Hospitality Night. It was amazing. I've heard from several members of the community that it was the best ever, and I have to agree. So congratulations on that. Also attended the badge pinning this morning with the fire department, and it was nice to see nice turnout. And I'm going to run through my list of meetings over the last several weeks. I attended the library luncheon at C'est La Vie. I had a Coastal Greenbelt Authority meeting, met with Steve Britton from LCAD, my famous vector control meeting, Mark Christie to discuss the land trust, Catherine Yurka to discuss some issues around our heritage and historic policy. Did a great walk around with SWA, Sean, just to kind of look at the downtown and start to get an idea of some of the simple things that we can do to bring some things up to speed as far as maintenance is concerned. I met with a couple of the festival board members, Bob and I actually did, to discuss some of the what's properties that are behind there. It's a buffer zone, just to discuss some of the possibilities with those. And Joy Berry, met with her, and that's it. So thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations to our newly elected and Bob and Hallie and our new mayor, Alex.
Thank you. And thank you for your diligence on the mosquitoes at Vector. We all appreciate it. I attended with then Mayor Kempf, the Board of Realtors 100th year anniversary. So they are older than the city of Laguna Beach, and we had a good time with them talking about what the city's been working on and what we will continue to be working on. I echo the comments of my colleagues about Hospitality Night. I also appreciate Councilmember Kempf for bringing up the adjournment for Lance Stewart, who played a very impactful role in so many of our residents' lives. And then I just want to underscore the comments that Councilmember Whalen said about SACWA. When I was at this event on earlier this week, or I guess it was just yesterday, many of the attendees thought that there'd be ongoing fighting and lawsuits and sort of dysfunction for years, and that it would never be resolved. And so the fact that there's an agreement where every single agency is going to be better off than they were before, and where we can create local water reliability in South Orange County, which really, what is more important than that? It's a big deal. And Laguna Beach plays a very significant role at SACWA. And so I want to commend Councilmember Whalen for your great work on that, because I really think nobody thought it would happen. So thank you, Bob. And thank you to all the leadership of the different agencies at SACWA. And thank you especially to our Assistant City Manager, Gavin Curran, who's been a part of these meetings as well. So with that, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items that council members or members of the public would like to pull?
I just have a question on 5, and I'd like to pull 8.
I actually wanted to pull 5 and 6.
Any other items from the council? Okay. And if any members of the public have something to pull, please come up to, yeah, Kathy.
You have to come up to the microphone.
Yeah, or I can't hear you. If you say it, what did you say?
You have to come to the microphone.
12?
Number 20.
Number 20. I haven't been keeping track.
Okay, 12.
12. Does somebody want to, any other items? Is there somebody who wants to make a motion?
So I'll move approval of items 1 through 4. 7, 9 through 11, 13 through 19, and 21.
Second.
Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm going to recuse myself from item 1 since I wasn't at the last council meeting.
Okay, so that can be included in the motion. Okay, good. So with that, we will move to item number 5, approval of the annual investment policy. Who pulled this one? Was that Bob?
I did. Sue
Go
had a
ahead, Bob.
question
No,
too,
go
I
ahead.
guess. Our city treasurer's put this together for us. Thank you, Laura, for doing that and, highlighting the changes, which were minimal. The 2 questions, I guess, maybe one for the city attorney and one for our city treasurer. So the main change in here is to allow for bank deposits. Previously, there was a 25% limit on the bank deposits, and I guess we're now proposing no limit on the percentage of the portfolio that can be invested in this category. It does require that any piece of that investment that's not FDIC insured has to be collateralized. And I apologize, Laura, I didn't have a chance to look at this or get to you ahead of time, but do you know what it has to be collateralized with?
I don't know what it needs to be collateralized with. It would be standard banking law, but it has to be collateralized at 110%, which is more than your average bank deposit.
It just strikes me, and I know we've taken advantage of this, I think, through an investment you were able to put together with Bank of America, right, under the old policy. But with no limit, I mean, it just strikes me would this just apply to the short-term portfolio?
No, it would apply to the entire portfolio. The policy would be aligned with state law. There are no limits in that category in state law, just like with LAIF. They view a fully collateralized bank deposit as the state of California views it as a very safe investment.
Okay. I understand that. I would just, I guess, caution against, even if it's collateralized, I just think putting too much with one institution can be risky, and I would favor more diversification. I'm not saying anybody's recommending we do that, but I'll just state that for the record. The other piece here that I wanted to raise, whether it's section 8.8, it's on page 10 of the staff report. And we've run into this before in terms of acquiring our assessment district bonds. We have this limitation that no more than 5% of the total assets of the portfolio can be invested in any one municipal issuer's bonds. Well, we occasionally buy our own bonds. We buy our assessment district bonds. They're very good credit because they're secured by the real property against which the assessments are made. And I think that, 5%, I don't know, if we have 150 million in the portfolio, 5%'s what, about $7.5 million. And I think on occasion we bumped up against that, and I think we currently hold some. So I'm wondering, we don't have to do it tonight. I guess I'm just wondering, I think it might make sense to bump that up if we can bump that up.
Well, that's been anticipated in the policy under section 2, specific investment accounts. The council has the ability to override the length or the percentage in any one of these categories for specific investments like a city bond that we want to invest in.
It says from time to time, we may authorize an investment in other specific investments, which I read to mean other than what's already listed in the policy. I just want to, I guess I want to be clear because I think we ran into an issue with this before, that if we have an assessment district come back to us and we want to buy the bonds, we don't have to do any kind of amendment to the investment policy in order to make that happen, because I thought we ran into that problem before. So maybe staff could just look at that and confirm that we wouldn't have an issue with that. In other words, like you're saying, Laura, we could, at the time we were approving the bond, let's say we had $10 million worth of bonds, we wanted to buy them, that we could do that without running afoul of our investment policy or requiring an amendment to our investment policy, because I can't remember the specifics, but I think we ran into that once before.
Well,
So-
I think what we were doing, Bob, was we pay attention to that cap, or we paid attention to that cap. So if we were to hit it, it would have to be a special action of the council. I mean, the intention in that specific investment accounts language was to be able to do exactly what you're talking about, but it'd have to be a specific action of the council as opposed to something that falls under the 5% category. Or, the other possible area where you would deviate from the policy is if you were buying a city bond, you would want to go beyond the 5 years. And it
Right.
would have to be a specific council action as well.
I know we can do that. That's clear. I mean, so that's good. But, okay, I just want to make sure we are not going to have to amend the policy if we want to go above the 5% to acquire our own bonds. And it sounds like you think with council action, we could do that without amending the policy.
The intention was in that paragraph, specific investment accounts, was to accommodate that with a specific council action. The language, Megan, in that section actually came from County of Orange. So, if there's a way to improve on it, we can certainly
What if
incorporate it.
we improve the language in section 8.8 to refer back to that ability where it's the city's own bonds, that we can invest more than 5%, to make it clear that that applies to 8.8 as well? At least there's some crosswalking of the two.
Yeah, that might be helpful,
that's-
Dave.
Okay.
Except for specific investments authorized under
Sorry.
section.
Any other further questions before we open it up for public comment?
No, I had a question, but I think Bob covered it.
Got it.
I'm
Yeah,
good.
that was my item. Thank you.
Okay, so then we're going to open public comment on this item. Are there any members of the public who'd like to weigh in? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. And any discussion, or Bob, do you have a motion?
I would just move that we adopt the policy as presented with the one change to section 8.8 as the city manager suggested, so that it would, in that second paragraph, it would say, except for specific investments authorized under section 2.0, and then no more than 5%, right? Just continue on.
I'll second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, before we move on to the next item, I'm going to, based on staff's input, I'm going to make a motion to reconsider the approval of item 13. And so we'll just make the motion to reconsider, and then we'll hear item 13 in the order of the other items. So do I need a public comment on that, or is that something that
No, we can take public
you will
comment when we get
when
to
it gets there?
13. Yeah.
Okay, so is there a second on my motion to reconsider item 13?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Whalen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to move on to item 6. Who pulled this one?
I did. So this is the carryovers, which I appreciate the detail coming back. If this is I have two comments on this. One with respect to the carryovers that are summarized here. There's $30 million worth of carryovers. I'm sure, a number of them are essential and have to be here. I would just hope, I don't have a specific motion, but I would just express the view that hopefully as we look at this, maybe for our next fiscal year, we can reduce the amount of carryovers, or we can sort of scrub these accounts a little more fully and see if we can, make sure we're not carrying over items we shouldn't be carrying over. And that would also go, because it's on page 1 of the staff report, in our budget approval, we authorized the automatic carryover of the unspent capital improvement budgets. So that's already been carried over automatically and aren't reflected here. But in talking with Gavin, there's a lot of carryover in the capital improvement accounts. And again, the same sentiment that I think, I'd like to make sure we scrub all of those before the end of the fiscal year in terms of, what we carry forward to next year. Because I think we may find we have a little more money available for some capital improvements projects that maybe is, squirreled away here and there. So just those two comments and no change to the recommended action from me.
Any other
Yeah,
questions?
just
Go ahead.
for me, just tangentially, really, can we maybe at our strategic planning session or something, we can talk about our CIP budget and what we actually have in there, how much, what we're planning to do in there, how much money we're holding, and what's the likelihood of this work getting done?
Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you.
Any comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. I agree with the colleagues of my colleagues up here. I think especially if there's items that are being carried over where there it hasn't started yet. It seems like the budget's our policy document, so we want the council to be able to weigh in and maybe these are the highest and best uses of these dollars. But I think I agree with the points made by my colleagues that we should be looking at opportunity because it's a lot of money that could be used for future projects. So I would, Mark.
And maybe a brief explanation if there are a couple of the items that are intended to be carried over.
A brief explanation when?
When during the budget or whenever we're looking at what needs to be carried over. I spent some time with Dave. I just think it would save some time. And there was some time spent with some of the staff members and it could have been saved, I think, if there was just a brief description.
So more of maybe Erica and I can work on a notes column for the future, although it'll make the font smaller, but we'll figure something out.
Okay.
Yeah, just on the items that you think there's a rationale to carry it over, a strong rationale.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah, that,
Agree.
and if we could maybe put it on our strat plan
Okay.
agenda.
Sounds good. So is there a motion on this item?
I would move the recommended action.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
I keep waiting for someone to ask all in favor.
I keep
Now
telling myself not to.
we're going to move on to item 8, award of contract for preliminary design of a potential third level of the Glen Eyrie parking structure. Council, do we want a staff report on this? We do. You pulled this, Mark?
I pulled it.
You pulled it, Sue? Would you like a staff report?
No, I don't have well, would the rest of council want a staff report? I don't need one. I just have a question.
How short would the staff report be?
Have about 4 or 5 slides I put together.
I'd be in favor of that.
Okay, sure.
You want to ask your questions now, Sue, or you want to wait for the staff report?
No, you can do a staff
Okay.
report first.
Yeah.
And while we're waiting, just an FYI to anyone here on item 24 that was deleted from the agenda.
I mean, I can, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tom Perez, Assistant Director of Public Works, presenting tonight on the award of contract for the preliminary design of a potential third level of the Glen Eyrie structure. In 2023, the Parking and Transportation Demand Management Plan was presented to the City Council for consideration as part of the action in that June meeting. The council directed staff to proceed with the design of this potential third level. The proposed design showed a third level that would be accessed from the Ramona Alley and provide approximately 37 parking spaces. So the design that was provided in that document, it was just a square. So I kind of sketched up to show what that potential deck could look like, to show that ramping from Ramona Alley and the circulation through. So again, there is construction planned for this structure. where we'll be doing some structural improvements and some spa repairs. We have confirmed with our designer that this project is still feasible as those improvements go along. So we made sure that there would not be throwaway costs with that. And once we received that confirmation, we then reached out to a structural engineer to review the existing information we have for the structure, including old geotechnical reports, previous structural improvements that have been done to the structure over time. He went ahead and put together a conceptual structural design showing the improvements. It consists of drilling caissons, improving the existing columns, and adding some shear walls and constructing the third deck. So he felt structurally it is feasible. So at that point, we then put out an RFP to hire a firm to do the conceptual and preliminary design engineering. This includes some tasks such as survey base mapping, conceptual plan development, the geotechnical investigations, preliminary design, the environmental analysis. We anticipate this is a existing structure, but we anticipate it will require more than just categorical exemptions. So the scope of work is to prepare an initial study and identify what the environmental approvals would be necessary. In addition, they will be developing a construction cost estimate, providing all the utility coordination, and preparing a package for coastal development permit and design review. The proposed design schedule for this scope of work is to develop the concept design between January and April of 2025, and then proceeding with the remainder of the scope and being complete in approximately February of 2026. The preliminary design and entitlements are roughly $280,000. The action tonight is going to be for $278,306. And then the construction estimate that was included in the parking and transportation demand management report was $1.85 million. And that was based on $50,000 per space at 37 spaces. And that is the conclusion of my report.
Thanks, Tom. I just have a couple questions. One is, so we're going to start on the kind of the rehab work or the maintenance work on the existing structure soon, right?
Yes.
How long will that take?
We have that scheduled right now to be between January and May of 2025.
Okay. And then we said $280,000 for the initial work to put on to add the additional spaces.
Yes.
But can we, and then I noticed the last slide you had, I can't remember how you termed it, but
Bring back the last slide.
yeah, I just go back to the last slide. So the preliminary, preliminary design and entitlements 280, that's what your request for today, right?
Yes.
So in the 1.85 million was based on what, rough order of magnitude that we did in 2023?
Yes, the report anticipated about 50,000 per space.
So what I'm kind of, I would like to have, before I would, well, we'll see what the rest of the council says, but one of the things I'd like to see isn't maybe an updated rough order of magnitude. It's
Okay.
been a couple years. So that's my concern. I just want to make sure that I don't want to study anything and not do it. So that's my concern.
So I agree with Sue, good question by Councilmember Kempf. This indicates that the scope of work is for preliminary design. Would we need to budget more for construction design, or will this be all that we need from a design perspective? This contract will get us to where we need to go?
No, there would be additional work for the final construction package.
So the 1.8 million incorporates the design for the construction, or is that for just the construction?
That is construction only.
So I guess are there other line items that we're missing here for this budget?
For a detailed,
Okay.
complete cost, yes.
Got it. Thank you. Do we have an estimate about how much that would be?
The soft costs typically would run maybe 20% of the construction costs.
Okay.
So
like
370 or so.
Okay, thank you.
Could that be rolled in with the prelim design? If we were just to, if we were going about this a different way where we have committed to it, we had a general understanding, a better understanding of the cost, and we were ready to pull the trigger and move forward, you wouldn't really need a preliminary design, correct?
Well, we would need the preliminary design to secure the entitlements. So if we were looking for options where we could maybe save some time or some effort, one potential could be like a design build where we would go through the preliminary, have a firm understanding of what the scope of work would be, and then turn that over to a builder who would do the design and construction.
Tom, can you remind everybody what the entitlements are?
So the entitlements, again, would include the CEQA approval, the design review approval, and the coastal development permit.
Design review meaning it has to go through planning commission?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think I hear you correctly, Sue, and I think I agree, is that if we had a fairly complete understanding of the cost, then we could just make the decision to move forward with it, and the $280,000 wouldn't be in jeopardy. So we would all have an agreement on the full cost, as close as we could, give or take a few percent.
Okay.
So any other questions from the
I think I only
dais?
have a comment.
Oh, well,
Yeah, it seems to me that we're kind of missing
So-
a step here.
hold,
And
okay, should we open up for the public first, or is it a question or a comment?
no, I think it's a question.
Question,
We're
okay,
gonna
sorry.
find out. Let me get it out of my mouth and then we'll know. It seems to me that we're missing a step here in terms of just deciding whether or not this is something we want to do. And I don't know where in the process that should fit. I
Well,
guess that's a question for you.
I think the parking and transportation demand management plan that Sue and I worked on that was unanimously approved by council in 2023, and we gave direction to proceed on two structures, one for design behind City Hall, and then this was the second one. So the council has already voted to proceed to, that's why Tom's back here tonight. We previously gave him direction to do that.
So the public has had a chance to weigh in on this conceptually.
At the time of
Part
the
of that,
parking demand plan, yeah, because
Okay.
that was approved that night by council, so.
Okay, thank you.
Well, obviously
It's a
gonna take more-
comprehensive
more
plan. It's
testimony.
not just parking structures, it's other things.
But I think the question you folks are trying to get at is, can we develop a solid construction cost estimate today with an expectation of construction a year from now, I guess? That you could bring back to potentially modify your decision to move forward with the project at all? Get a firm construction cost estimate that we think we can bank on, and then bring that back to you and decide whether or not you want to move forward with the project. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I think we have to hear from
Okay,
the public
yeah,
first
we do.
before we get there. But any other questions from the dais? Okay, any public comment on this item? I assume one, okay.
I am against this project unless it's used for employee parking. I don't think we're adding another way in and out of Laguna Beach. I was here in 93 and the fires happened. Took 4.5 hours to go from El Moro to the high school to South Laguna. And if this parking structure is used for employee parking, I would be completely for it, strictly employee. But if you add another 500,000 cars in here, whatever, through to 37 cars, is the revenue generated from this project by parking going to outweigh the environmental impact from the day trippers and trash and, influx to the beaches? I understand that the businesses are looking for more spaces for their customers, and I support that. But if we're able to utilize this space for employee parking, I think that would free up a lot of extra spaces for the public. Just my input. Thank you.
Can I respond to what he just said?
Well, let's just wait till we close, until we hear from.
Council, just a little bit of background on the Glen Eyrie Street parking garage. Back when it was done, I think maybe 83, something like that. The council had a design competition to design it, and Blair Ballard and I won the design competition. And it was very controversial at that time, and maybe Hallie remembers that too. And that's why we have the brick wall that obscures the view of the cars on the upper deck. That's why we used brick totally. And the archways, these were all things that Blair designed. And it was all supposed to be landscaped in a certain way, and it was going to have vines on it. And all the vines got removed during one of the maintenance operations. So it's a little bit of a disappointment in how it presents itself right now. But just the aesthetics of that building were extremely important to the public. And I want to be sure that this project complements that we do have a design quality to it that is equal or better than what was done back then, not just an add-on. And perhaps there should be an architectural component in the design team, not just an engineer. Also, I don't think the public has really looked at this idea to the point where the council can rely that, oh yes, the whole populace is really in favor of this. I don't think most people even know about this idea. So I suggest that you have some component of public outreach before you get too far on it. And they'd like to know what it looks like. That's going to be a big thing. And is it going to block any views? How is it going to work? And then I think you would be able to have a successful effort on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Good evening, Council. Les McCloskey, congratulations to the new former candidates. I've looked at this project. If you look at all 9, well, we started with 11. I looked at 9 coming from this Parking Management Subcommittee. And it works out to $192,000 a space using the staff numbers per added space. Now, if you can get this for 50 grand, that's a bargain. But I still say the town needs to look at a citywide plan for the mobility plan in this town, because adding this is just going to cause more circulation problems in that area, and that's probably not what we want. Plus, the public doesn't really know what's going on. They haven't looked. I've done the numbers and I've done the graphs and charts. They're all on my blog, but who looks at that, right? So that's all I have to say. Do get the public involved and think of the bigger picture, the bigger problem. For the growth rates in this town, for the people that are coming, a single parking structure is not nearly enough to get ahead of it. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. Dave, do you want to begin with the question that you asked us earlier?
Yeah, thank you. And I might ask Tom and Mark to maybe make a comment to see if we think we can get a fair estimate of the price of this structure before investing too much in design. So maybe that's the fundamental question. Feel free to say no if that's not the case.
I think we can definitely reach out to a contractor who could put something together based off of the structural. Of course, without having things such as a design review approval to understand, any above and beyond architectural finishes, things like that, there can be some variation, but I think we can get a more developed number.
And how long is this bid alive for then? The one for that we're potentially awarding tonight? We have a timeline on that, right? If we didn't go with it tonight.
I could talk to IDS Group and ask if they would hold their proposal, but typically we would say it's good for 90 days, but I'm sure they would be willing to work with us.
Okay, we'll wait to see what the council thinks too.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I agree with Greg and Les, but I also, my opinion is formed based on the Peers and Fear, what is it, Peers and Fears report, the parking report that that Bob and Sue did. And there's some interesting elements. And Greg, I would suggest that you read it. I know, Les, you've already read it, I'm sure, but I would read it. There's some interesting elements to that. And I'm going to give it another go. But anyway, it does have some options in there. And I think that we can kind of flesh out some of those opportunities. You mentioned employee parking, and that's why I personally support the idea, is because I do think that that level is an opportunity for employee parking. And so maybe we can kind of address some of those issues at some point that are in that report, and how some of these plans are going to dovetail into our decision making. So.
Okay, I'm going to actually ask for a recess for the direction of the city attorney. So we're going to recess for 5 minutes for a bathroom break and anything else. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. please take your seats. We'll come back to bring the meeting back to order, and our Mayor Pro Tem has an announcement for all of us.
I apologize, everybody. We just discovered that my house is near the parking structure, so it just kind of touches the edge of it, the diameter, the 500-foot diameter. So I have to recuse myself from this issue. So forget everything I said.
Thank you. So now we're gonna continue the discussion.
I do have a proposal for you. I was just
Go
talking
ahead.
with Tom and Mark about that. And that is, we do have your goal setting session at the end of January. And we were envisioning a segment of that would be kind of a quick refresher on where a number of capital projects are, including something like this, so that we can get not just new council members up to speed, but the community up to speed, because a lot has happened on a lot of these projects. So that would allow us to also do a little bit more conversations with people who are doing contracting for parking structures right now, maybe get a price point for that. So, and we could always come back in February with this design contract. It'll push it out a little bit,
Okay.
but that'd be one approach.
Do you have feedback on that?
No, I think it's okay. I wouldn't want any later than that, though. I mean,
Later than what?
February.
We still have the ad hoc committee, right?
Yes.
You and Sue? Bob and Sue?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do. In fact, I think we're meeting with
We have a
Michael
meeting Thursday.
Thursday.
Okay, we could certainly try to keep the ad hoc committee updated too, if we can get the pricing earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, you know, and I'll just make the comment. We spent 9 months putting that report together, and we went through a lot of options with staff, and then we brought it back to council. We winnowed it down to this one. You're not going to find a better location or a cheaper location because there's no land cost associated with this addition. When Morris Skandarian kind of brought it to us and said, "Hey, I sketched this out a number of years ago," and when we took it to staff and said, "Is it viable?" And they said, "Yeah, it's viable." I mean, it's right next to the library. Great location. We took spots away down at the promenade. It would replace 35 or so of those 48 spots. So I'm not opposed, I guess, to doing it, but you're going to come back with a number. Unless you want to add no spots in town, you know, what are you going to proceed with other than this one? I mean, the number's the number, guys. It costs what it costs. So I'm not opposed, bring back the numbers and look at it, but I think you're going to find in the end, well, gee, that's too expensive. So I'm not going to add any spots other than maybe surface somewhere, and you're not going to find surface anywhere in this vicinity. So,
Yeah. Sorry, were you still going? Yeah, I think for me, the issue is I don't feel confident that we have a good enough budget for this. And I agree, if we had some level of, and there's never going to be certainty, but some level of analysis to justify that it was $50,000 a space, I'd be supportive. Perhaps if it were 200,000, I might make the decision that there'd be higher and better uses for those dollars. So, and I also think I want to look at this in the context of other capital projects. Like, for example, if the question was between $3 million for this or putting that $3 million for sidewalk improvements or something else, I might make that decision. So I think this, in discussions with the city manager, when I was meeting with him and Mark McAvoy, I think this should be in the CIP instead of just under parking facilities. It should be a specific project, but I'd like to have a better budget estimate before supporting it. So that's where I would be. So I'm supportive of the recommended action suggested by the city manager. Holly?
I agree.
So do you want to restate the recommendation, Dave?
Well, it'd be to work with the ad hoc committee and through Public Works to also see if we could get some additional, more real-time cost estimates for prices per space of a structure like this. And then our goal would be to bring that discussion to the council at a CIP-related discussion on January 31st.
Perfect.
And you'd give some direction as to move forward potentially, and we'd put that on the next agenda, hopefully with the same design vendor.
And could those costs include complete planning costs as well? So
Yeah,
costs for
the cost.
construction, complete planning costs and design costs?
Yeah, it should include the total cost. So I would make that motion.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Welcome back, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Now, we have item 12. Mark, did you pull this? The Community Recreation Center?
Oh, yeah.
Do you need a staff report or what?
Let me ask the city manager. My request was to come back with a comprehensive event policy, adding a possible number 4. It says, 1 through 3, and then the idea was to add a 4th to that, to also,
Or add 6. There's 2 other actions.
oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so for the public's
Be the
advocation,
6th item.
this is a discussion of fees that and operational activity at the CRC and other fees too. But the conversation that I had with the Mayor Pro Tem was that, and the mayor actually, was that we as a city could embark upon a different way of how we deal with special events. Today, we deal with it through temporary use permits, which can be, which are by nature kind of one-offs, that if you had a more comprehensive special event policy, like in June we do this, and in July we do this, or we don't do this, we could bring that back to you through the recreation departments, through Michael Litchie's unit, and present that to you. So if you wanted to add that to the recommended action, I felt that was a good place to add it. So we're not just bringing it back to you with no direction.
And then do we address the cake issue where you can bring cakes to weddings?
Yeah, yes.
Michael, do you want to come up here?
Sure. I'll have Michael come up. He can say it better than I do. Let them eat cake.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Unagi, Council Michael Litchie, Director of Transit Community Services. So yes, it was pointed out in the facility application that was included as an attachment to the staff report for the chapel at the former St. Catherine's at CRC. There was a line about not allowing food, including wedding cakes. The real thought behind that is the venue is intended just for ceremonies, not for large receptions, but we will remove that line from the application and we'll allow food on a case-by-case basis. We're not going to allow a huge buffet, but if someone wants to bring cake and eat it in the courtyard after their wedding ceremony, that would be acceptable.
Okay, and then Michael, can you help me understand this recommended action 2, revising the parking threshold for TUPs from 40 participants to 40 vehicles? How do we define vehicles? Like, how would we go about knowing how many vehicles are going to be brought to an event?
Yes, Mayor Rinaldi. So as part of the application process, we request how many attendees are expected at the event. The issue with this facility is that the parking is constrained. There's a total of 42 public parking spaces available. Some of those are currently being used by some of the residents who live in the neighboring condos. But there is a limit to the parking at that site, and there aren't a lot of other good parking options nearby if those spaces fill up. So this was intended to be a little less restrictive. Currently, the policy says 40 attendees. So we changed that to 40 vehicles. So if someone says, I expect 80 people, more than 40 vehicles, then the intent is that we would need to work with them on an alternative public transportation plan, whether it's chartering a trolley to get other vehicles there or carpooling.
So does that mean, like, if it's, you could have, I don't know, 120 people, and it depends on how many people are sharing a ride, or how would somebody know how many vehicles are going to come to their event? Or is it just a guess?
It would be up to the organizer of the event to say how many they expected. The other point on that too is that there are usually more than one activity taking place at the CRC at one time. So I think we've discussed a bit before, recreation staff tries to be careful that if we have a youth volleyball team practicing, that we're not scheduling a wedding at the same time when we know there's other activities. So it'll be a little bit of an iterative process, but just working with the applicants to make sure that they don't have an event and lease space and then their guests don't have a place to park on site, and then there's not a great, safe, available option for public parking outside of what's available on the site itself.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Michael, do you know how many people the chapel would seat? I actually married a couple in the chapel last month, and they had probably, I don't know, 20 people there, but I didn't notice how many seats there were.
My staff is telling me 50 is the capacity of the chapel.
Okay.
So it would be small wedding ceremonies, but it would be another alternative to folks who otherwise would get married in front of City Hall. I think the city clerk staff is excited for another potential venue, maybe. No.
It's another alternative to them going to a park, really.
Yes, that too. But it is an indoor option, which we don't have currently for civil wedding ceremonies.
Yeah.
Got it. Any other questions?
Yeah, so there on page 2 of the report, and maybe this goes to the event policy, Mark, you were raising, but there's this line that fee-based classes or programs other than authorized recreation activities, receptions, fundraising events, and events for sales purposes cannot participate in the rental program at CRC. Is that part of what we're trying to address in this event policy?
So Councilmember Whalen, those policies are taken from the policies that we have at the Suzy Q as well. I don't, Alexis, if you wanted to come up and elaborate on the reason for those policies, but it's to make the policies at the CRC consistent with our other public facilities.
I just wonder, I mean, like and maybe Alexis can explain it, but like at Suzy Q, those private dance classes, those aren't fee-based. I mean, they are fee-based, I think. I guess the broader question, and I don't need an answer tonight because I guess you're going to be looking at this event policy, is does that continue to make sense? Does it make sense for this space? Just the fact that we have it at the Suzy Q isn't convincing to me that it's what we should continue with, for the future. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't, but I'll let you respond.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Alexis Braun, Recreation Manager for the Transit Community Services Department. And the recreation classes that you are referring to at this Community and Suzy Q Center are fee-based through the city's contract recreation program. So all those participants register through the city and a fee is collected, and then the instructor receives a percentage. And we have that right now at the Community and Recreation Center as well. The line that you guys are referring to was just for a private organization going in and selling a group using the CRC and selling, and that was what was originally approved back in March of 2023, which was the same policy as the Community and Suzy Q Center. But if that's something the council wants to modify in the future, definitely we can bring that back in early 2025 when we come back with the rest of it.
Maybe we should look at it in context of that broader policy because, I mean, this says, receptions, fundraising events. I don't know why we wouldn't
want that.
Wouldn't want some of that stuff if it's, if we otherwise determine it's consistent with other activities going on there. So I think you answered my question, but I'd like to see us relook at that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Then let's open public comment on this item. Are there any members who would like to weigh in on this item? Seeing none, we're going to bring it back. I agree. I'll start. I agree with what Bob and Mark were both saying. I think, so like, for example, the promenade, the Coast Film Festival has been trying for like 2 years to use the promenade. I think I've had conversations with 3 different city managers. Sue's had conversations with them, and it finally was able to happen where they could use the promenade. And I think it should not be so hard for our local, for cool community events like the Coast Film Festival, like many others, to be able to use this. Newport has an events policy. And so I think we should fully utilize our assets. I would probably be supportive of, and I'm glad that people can eat cake there as well. I would be supportive of removing the item related to the parking requirements I'll just give an example. I know the South Laguna Civic Association was trying to do an event there. And as if I were organizing that event, I don't know how many cars would show up. And I would think that if when you're advertising an event at the CRC, you would say, look, there's only 40 parking spots available, or probably less than 40. And, you know, people would carpool, people would take our very successful on-demand service. Thanks to you, Michael. So I'd kind of rather than overly regulate something before we know whether there's a problem, I'd rather, you know, allow for more uses of this facility. Because I regularly hear from residents concerned about the fact that we bought this facility, which was a great investment, but we're not fully utilizing it. So I don't know if my colleagues agree with me on that, but that's where I would be.
So in short, instead of being a city of no, we're going to be a city of maybe.
Well, Alex, I think you raise a good point. I don't know if there's any legal issues we need to look at or think about in terms of that, but it's just a practical solution, right? You know, come, and if the parking places are full, you're going to have to, you'll drive down the driveway and go find somewhere else to park. And you might or might not find another spot somewhere close by. So I do seem to remember, though, that we had certain constraints that community development had identified on parking, but
Isn't Bob and Sue, you were both on planning commission, and I just remember a couple of projects that I was involved with, and we had to provide parking based on 3 occupants per vehicle. Do you remember anything like that in the
I don't
planning?
remember that.
No? So anyway, that would
Is that-
get you up to 120 at 40 spots. Right? But I'm okay with that.
Science.
What's that?
Seems like a pseudoscience, but.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I just remember that.
So I guess the question before us is there a legal issue with my, and I don't know if there's even support for it, but is there a legal issue with removing the action related to the parking requirement for events?
Well, I think I have a question for the community development director as to whether whether the code requires that parking effectively. But I think that, I think alternatively, we could give discretion to community development or to Michael or someone to determine, have some just subjectivity to determine when an event is too big as to create a parking problem.
But I think that creates a hard issue for staff to figure out, because I wouldn't know how to do that. I don't know how staff would be able to know how many cars are going to come to a specific event. It just, I guess I'm making a fundamentally different point that we shouldn't have unnecessary parking requirements that are not based on evidence and are just getting in the way of people utilizing a community space. So that's where I guess I would.
With that said, though, there are some practical, I mean, you get to a certain point and you do have to, you know, hire parking attendants, and there are some things to deal with.
So what if we just try this, and then if we have issues, we can always come back and figure out how to navigate that. But it seems like we're trying to solve for problems that don't yet exist.
Well, not yet, because you're not using the
'cause we're not
facility
using it.
fully.
So I'd rather use the facility than if there's an issue that arises, we could always come back and look at this. But I mean, we need to utilize this facility. So that's where I would be.
Well, you know, and I kind of agree with you. If someone's going to have an event there, tell them, you know, you can have 30 cars there,
Yeah.
whatever. And that's like when I had that wedding, I was worried about taking up a space. So I just got a ride over there.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't take a space for someone who was going to attend the wedding. So just use some common sense, and then above and beyond that, we'll figure it out.
Exactly.
What would be the limitations on the event at all then? If, let's say we got 5 applications for the same day, who or what entity would make that decision?
Well, I was thinking about that. I mean, there is room capacity, right? So if you're renting the gym, there's going to be a fire department capacity of that space, and the same for that library upstairs and
How many?
classroom.
Yeah, that's a good point. How many people, and were at for the South Laguna event? Do you know how many for the South Laguna Civic Association event that you guys wanted to do there? Was that like 100 people?
No, it was like 80 to 90.
The forum. What if we try, what are you seeing in terms of the number of people, Michael? But I guess we're not seeing it because we haven't. Why don't we just try it out? And then if there's a problem, you can come back to us, Dave. What about that? Because I think we're trying to regulate something that we don't know how it's gonna happen. So that's where I would fall.
Michael, Alexis, comfortable with that? We'd be the implementers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just as an example, the day we did have the wedding in the chapel, the test wedding, we also had volleyball, I believe, was that day. And I was there and we had a meeting. And I think, Bob, you were there that day. And upon leaving, there were no open spaces. So people who were dropping their kids off for volleyball were circling, and some of them maybe would have stayed, but just dropped their kid off. So, and that was with two rooms in the facility being used, the gym and the chapel. So that's where Alexis and her team are having to be purposely careful about how they schedule overlapping events to try and avoid those issues. But and that would continue.
That would continue,
regardless.
right?
Yeah.
I guess
You're not saying that wouldn't continue.
I
the
don't see that
balancing
as an
of
issue,
events.
though. It seems like parents dropped off their kids at volleyball practice. We had a wedding. That seems to me like success is utilizing our facilities.
As long as you're saying, I think that the staff could continue to balance the scheduling, but without a hard and fast limit.
Right. So
Yeah.
we would, without a hard and fast limit that requires a TUP for large events,
Yeah.
in that scenario again, we wouldn't probably permit another meeting in the library, for example, at that same time, because we would know between the wedding and the chapel, the volleyball and the gym,
Yeah.
and the event in the library, that there wouldn't be sufficient parking. So as long as staff continues to have that discretion, I think we kind of make it work for now.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
Yep.
So I'll make a motion to remove the item, the recommended action number 2, but still give staff discretion in terms of scheduling different events. And then I would like to add the suggestion of Mayor Pro Tem to come back with a comprehensive events policy to encourage utilization of our spaces.
I think just one clarification, Mr. Mayor. You're not really removing part 2. You're removing the existing limit on
Correct.
parking and leaving that to the discretion of the operational activity at the CRC.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Good point.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I,
I think we're at 13, the one that we reconsidered. So is this Jeremy? Are you presenting on this?
Yeah, I could be quick. This is really just a follow-up to the city attorney's report out at the start of the meeting with the reduction for the sale of the Tiamo property by $100,000 from 3.55 million to a total of 3.45 million. Here, staff is just seeking direction from the city council to authorize the city manager to memorialize and execute a First Amendment to the to execute a First Amendment to the purchase and sale and escrow instruction agreement, thus memorializing the price reduction. Also, part of B, one other term, we are extending escrow to December 17th as well.
Any questions? Are there any members of the public who would like to comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Is there a motion?
I'll move the recommended action outlined by Assistant City Manager.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Now, the last item that we on consent will be item 20. I think this was pulled by the public. Let's do a staff report on this.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Was I clear on, if we could go back, Jeremy summarized the price reduction. I mean, was my motion clear that it's the recommended action with Jeremy's change? Or maybe we should, I'd move the recommended action plus the change that Jeremy made with respect to the $100,000 on the purchase price and the extending of the escrow period.
I think the section is 2.1 of the First Amendment is we're adding, it's actually blank right now. So I think it was clear, but let's
Okay.
make it more clear.
Okay.
So in section 2.1 of the amendment, it's section 1, which is revising section 2.1, the blanks will now be filled in to say that the full purchase price is $3.45 million. That reflects the $100,000
Yeah, and I just
reduction.
wanted to make sure that my motion picked up the items to recommended actions 2 and 3. So especially the CEQA determination. So anyway, okay.
I'll second
my
that
motion.
amended as
All right.
reflected.
Thank
Okay,
you.
all in favor of that?
Aye.
Okay, so now we're going to move to item 20, and we have a staff report from Anthony.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Anthony Vieira, I'll be giving a brief introduction to this application, and Heather will be available to answer any questions about the specifics. A couple things that staff will point out on this item. It is a Mills Act contract. You did recently review a batch of Mills Act contracts at a recent meeting. This is a tax incentive on the property tax bill that's available to properties on the historic register. This particular application would apply the tax incentive to one of the 2 structures on the property, that being the Coast Liquor Building. Back in 2020, the City Council at the time approved a historic rehabilitation of both the Coast Liquor Building and the Olympic Cottage. The Coast Liquor rehabilitation work has been completed. They've received their building final and certificate of occupancy. The work to rehabilitate the Olympic Cottage is still ongoing, with the main outstanding item being a reconstruction of the shed porch roof. Because that work has not yet been completed, the cottage is not eligible for the Mills Act, and therefore the application before you is limited just to the Coast Liquor Building. The Heritage Committee reviewed this application and recommended denial for the reasons outlined in the agenda report. Following that committee meeting, staff worked with the city's architectural historian to address those concerns. One thing that I will point out is that the revised maintenance plan does add additional tasks associated to the historic elements of the building. That'll conclude, perhaps one more item that I'll address. I know this was a concern raised by members of the public. One item that was discussed at the Heritage Committee related to the red paint application at the exterior wood siding. The Heritage Committee wished that the applicant, at a minimum, explore and, to the extent feasible, restore the redwood stain color to the exterior building cladding. And that has now been added as a task in the Mills Act maintenance plan. Now, the way that that task is worded is it simply requires that the feasibility of a complete rehabilitation of the original stain finish be explored. It doesn't require that that work be implemented if it is found feasible. And that is left up to the council's discretion if you wish to include that as a requirement on the Mills Act, should you wish to grant it this evening. That will conclude the staff summary, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions?
I have a question. Were the parking credits that were awarded the project, was the Olympic Cottage part of that decision?
Thanks for the question, Mayor Pro Tem. It was not. There was a parking requirement reduction incentive that was granted, and it only was applied to the Coast Liquor Building.
So that cottage was not part of the parking calculations when the CUP was evaluated?
It was calculated in terms of the overall parking requirements for the site, but the incentive was applied to the requirement for the liquor building only.
Right.
And with that reduction that was applied to the liquor building, they were able to satisfy the requirements for the property.
And did the Heritage Committee review the staff's changes in the maintenance schedule?
The changes that we discussed with the consultants were not taken back to the Heritage Committee meeting. They met on November 18th, and there was not another meeting before 2025 for the Heritage Committee.
So is that a one-off decision or is that common practice?
There have been other other Mills Act projects that we've made some minor corrections. Some of the corrections were at the corrections from the Mills Act contracts that came before you in October. Those had corrections made at based on comments from the Heritage Committee, and based on the comments from the committee on November 18th, we worked with the consultants to make the edits to bring to you tonight.
So you satisfied the request from the Heritage Committee when you negotiated the new terms for the maintenance?
Yes, we felt that after discussing the Heritage Committee's comments and concerns with two of our historic consultants, we discussed options, and these were the suggestions from our consultant. And again, it is left up to your council whether you want to have those adopted tonight.
Thank you.
Bob?
So I see on page 3 of the staff report, the Heritage Committee recommended that it all come back to them with the inclusion of the Olympic Cottage as part of the request. I mean, Anthony just reported briefly on the Olympic Cottage. What's the status of that? I mean, is it through building? Is there going to be is it going to be finished soon?
Yes, the Planning Commission approved the revision to the roof to return it to a sloping roof on November 6th. The applicant wished to wait until after the appeal period of November 20th to submit plans to the building division. My understanding is those plans have not yet been submitted, but
we have a permit. We picked it up today.
I stand corrected. They picked up a permit today. Okay. Yes, but the work will need to be completed and the final inspection completed. And then at that time, a final occupancy permit can be provided for the tenant.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question about new task 16, investigating the feasibility of removing the existing paint. So I kind of, maybe it's more of a technical question about what does feasible mean? And so, for example, you could have a housing project with a very steep topography. It might be physically feasible to build and do the site development on that, but the cost would be so much that it would be physically feasible, but it wouldn't be feasible. How would we go about what does feasible mean in this instance, and who would determine it? Because I feel like as is, we're gonna be, if we were to approve this, tell me why we wouldn't be dealing with a conflict where some people would be saying, oh, this is feasible, and then some people would be saying it's not, and then staff would be caught in the middle, and it wouldn't. So help me understand that. Thank you.
It's a great question, Mayor. Obviously, it would be a subjective determination. Staff would need to use some discretion to determine if, based on the analysis performed on the existing cladding, if in staff's determination, restoration of the stain finish would be feasible. As that task is currently written in your report, it then leaves it up to the applicant to determine if they desire to proceed with an application to implement that change. If it were to be instead a requirement on the project, I think that question is very well taken, and we may want to better describe what is and isn't considered feasible. Are we considering economics as part of that assessment, or perhaps would we be open to replacing siding if the condition of the wood is such that it could not be stripped and refinished in a way that's aesthetically pleasing and historically compatible? I think as part of that analysis, the city on its end would want our architectural historian to review the applicant's feasibility analysis and also opine on feasibility.
So there is the estimated maintenance cost is 177,000. So we don't have a line item breakdown, but I guess that's how you would determine whether it's feasible. Yeah. I mean, that's just a suggestion. I don't know.
Councilmember Jones.
Thank you for that. Really helpful information. I guess my question is, it seems like the Heritage Committee clearly requested that the Olympic Cottage be completed and that these two buildings be considered for Mills Act inclusion together. Can you talk to me a little bit about why we wouldn't do that tonight or what our options are for doing that?
Staff is bringing forward the Mills Act request for only the cottage liquor. The assessor can assess the various structures on the site separately. So we've made clear in the contract that would go to the assessor that only the Coast Liquor Building, sorry, San Diego's a cottage liquor. The Coast Liquor Building would be the only one that would benefit from the Mills Act tax reduction, and that the Olympic Cottage would not be assessed in that way. Then later, when the Olympic Cottage is complete and is actually officially on the register, an applicant, the owner could come back and request a change to the contract to add the Mills Act, to add the Olympic Cottage into the Mills Act contract. So again, it's up to the council tonight whether or not to approve that or to take the suggestion of the Heritage Committee.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to open up public comment on this item. If you want to come up and speak.
Well, I was waiting to see if the applicant was going to speak, because usually you have them speak first. So this is, the Mills Act is not an obligatory step in historic preservation. It is a optional step for the council. And I think at our last meeting, there were some council members who questioned, why maybe we shouldn't be giving the Mills Act to just everybody. I believe we should be giving it to everybody who has done a good job of a restoration or rehabilitation when the project is finished correctly. They deserve to get the Mills Act. When the project is not done correctly, as the case here, we should wait until it is. I had some slides that I wanted to show. So this is a picture of the way the building was after Chris Abel finished it. And unfortunately, it's not in full color, but you can see that there's the grain on the wood of the siding, and it is looking like a middle tone color, probably a brown with variations depending on the grain of the wood. Next. But this is, this is not it. This is not how this building is supposed to look. And it's not like this is the first time we've brought this to your attention. We talked about this years ago already, about this problem of not treating this wood correctly. Next. And here, another example not anticipated, to paint the inside a different color from the outside, when the whole principle of mid-century modern is this indoor-outdoor effect, like the building on the right. I mean, that is how that's supposed to look. It's supposed to be that the structural members and the ceiling, the whole color is continuous, and it goes through the glass. That's an important principle of that type of design. Next. Next. And, Sue did the best quote of her whole lifetime. when she said.
Oh,
we're-
that's the best one. That's pretty bad.
We're going to give them all the benefits. We should make the building look the way it used to look. I mean, that is the bottom line. And that's what's expected when you get the Mills Act. So I think the Heritage Committee not only didn't want to give this without the Olympic Cottage being part of the program, but also because it's not a finished product. So I would urge you to just delay this until this is resolved, and this whole issue of feasibility. Of course it's feasible. Contractors refinish wood all the time. This is not a question of feasibility. It's a question of, do they want to do it correctly, and is the city going to make them do it correctly? Thank you.
And I have a question. So I remember this hearing very well. You know, I'm impressed that you're quoting me. That's probably the first and last time you'll ever do that. Anyway.
Well, just keep saying good stuff. And I'll quote you.
No, but you know what I remember is that color was called Frank Lloyd Wright Red. And I remember at the time, and I don't remember if it was Greg, Abel, whatever. I remember there was a problem because the paint manufacturer didn't make it anymore, and they went to look for the formula and couldn't find it. So, and I think it was a stain. So, and then I thought what happened was, in terms of the current color, was they had the historian look at it and the historian signed off. That's my recollection of
The
the color.
historian could have signed off on it, and we have no control over that. But, you know, I'm just looking at the results. I'm looking at what we're showing the public about our historic preservation program.
Mhm.
And this is a laughingstock, in my opinion. It doesn't represent the kind of work that we're trying to promote as a historic preservation town. It represents something else, some other kind of deviation from what was really expected and committed to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, and Mayor, congratulations. And to council members, staff, and fellow citizens, my name is Carolyn Smith Burris. It's my grandfather that developed the Coast Inn and Liquor Store. And I want to go off script a little bit. My grandfather, kind of this Alfred Hitchcock look, was best friends with Pop Abel with this Alfred Hitchcock look. Pop Abel, when he moved in the 1935, brought his 5 kids. Grandpa had 5 kids. Guess what they did all their lives growing up together? So Mullins was like a second dad to me. Chris became we got to know each other very well in the latter years. And Greg is my brother. Just flat out my brother. And this is the history. And I'm proud of it. So when there is a question regarding what the building looked like when Chris Abel designed it in 1955, I can assure you I saw it during the summer every day. It was redwood siding with the wood grain showing. It was not painted red. And may I pass this along for people to see? This is a redwood that Greg Abel did for me, and he used Chris Abel's oils. He found them. If he found them, other people can find them, what to do. And so there's hoping here. And I have been bringing the matter to the attention of the city since the red paint, as most of you know, was first suggested. We had a meeting with council, I think it was about 2022, in which the city council did affirm and vote that the use of stain is what they recommended to staff. Yet we still see red paint. Please don't grant Mills Act benefiting before the corrective work is done to the wood treatment. That's sort of like the cart before the horse. I'm not sure that's what is the proper way here. The project would qualify for Mills Act benefits, but only when, number one, crucial tasks like removal of the paint and treatment of the wood to match the original appearance, oh my gosh, already, should be completely after all, completed after all. That's sort of the point, I think, is what we're all trying to say here. Completed. And then the Mills Act is a provision to help maintain an already preserved building, not a payment for maybe doing it someday. Number 2, council therefore should require that the historic redwood siding and other wood be properly, does that mean I'm done? Oh,
You want to take 30 seconds to finish your remarks?
okay. Number 3, the language should specifically outline requirements and protocols to ensure proper maintenance when the necessary repair of historic character refining the wood elements. And number 4, require staff to publicly notify council when all the work is relevant to redwood siding and other historical significant features, as has been done before agendizing council approval for granting Mills Act. And please don't discount a signature feature of this building, the redwood siding, by granting benefits with this matter still unresolved. That's all we're asking for.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kathy Yurka, and I'd like to offer congratulations all around. The Mills Act program is actually almost 50 years old, and it was implemented because California believes that there's a substantial public benefit to historic preservation, and that it warrants a public subsidy to help support the proper rehabilitation and maintenance of historic buildings. And I think that, the issue with this building is it really, in its current state, isn't the public getting its money's worth for that subsidy. As you know, Heritage asked the applicant to return when the Olympic Cottage project was completed. Thank you for the clarification about the parking variance, but it's a single property and they share an APN. And also the designation of the Olympic Cottage is automatic once that work on the roof is completed. There are many other reasons, though, not to approve a Mills Act contract. The new work plan simply does not address the concerns that Heritage had, that so much of the work has nothing to do with the historic features of the property, like the HVAC, the landscaping, bike racks, the fiberglass or aluminum garage doors. All of that is still on the work plan. In addition, there are items like $30,000 for the decidedly unhistoric parking lot. For that to be maintained, that none of this belongs on a Mills Act work plan. They added a couple of references to, they added the word historic. So for example, they're going to maintain the roof to help preserve the historic ceiling. That is the first time I've ever heard of an ordinary ceiling being described as historic. And if it's truly historic because it's the redwood, then you saw what it looks like now, that stark white paint versus the red paint. The historic value of it has really been significantly diminished. It's also worth remembering that Heritage insisted on redwood stain as part of its initial recommendation, and they expressed serious reservations about the paint at the last hearing. They wanted the feasibility explored, not so the applicant would know whether it was feasible, but so they could ask that that work be done if a Mills Act contract were to be granted. And I know it's tempting to think that because the work was done according to plans that were approved by the city, with the exception of the paint, which was authorized by staff against council's direction, that you sort of need to do a Mills Act application, that it's owed the applicant. It's not an entitlement. And all of this work was approved in advance of an application for a Mills Act contract, not as part of that application. It is right and reasonable to demand the highest preservation standards for that public subsidy. Thank you.
Ann Kane, President of Village Laguna. Our members also request that it be denied until all of the work is completed for all the reasons that have already been stated. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Council. John Best, Dornet Investment Group. Obviously, I represent the applicant for the project. We were here, I was working for the company when City Council originally approved the project. And I'm here tonight representing our application for the Mills Act. What we presented to you for your approval originally in 2020 included a paint because the Secretary of Interior standards require that would be degraded to a certain point before siding can be replaced in whole. So the wood on the project is held together with a wood stabilizer that changes the inherent composition of the wood and the way that it would receive a stained product. So going into this, knowing that we weren't going to be able to replace severely termite damaged wood in whole sections of the property to achieve like a very continuous look, we continued to move forward with the paint. We received our approvals here. Staff reviewed our applications. Our applications were approved. We received our building permit. All the work was overseen by a historian, by a historical contract. The work was approved, signed off, the permit was closed, and we have been placed on the historical register. The project is complete. It is historical. And I do think that we have to take into account that the Secretary of Interior standards didn't allow for full replacement of all of the redwood siding in restoration. And I don't think anyone was interested in a building that was kind of pink and white spotted because stabilized wood couldn't take the appropriate stain.
Can I ask a question? So is your position that this is the historic color, or that you're not able to do the historic color because of the issues with the damage to the wood?
I think it's both. I think it's very as similar to the historic color as we can achieve in a product that's going to perform in the way that we're looking aesthetically.
Got it. And then, okay, you have a question, Sue?
Quite understand. What's the terminology for the wood that you were using?
Sorry, what?
The rehabilitation, you couldn't rehabilitate the wood. What was the terminology?
It has to be damaged above a certain percent per the Secretary of Interior standards. So if a board, I believe that the recommendation is 50%. I'm not a historian, but if a board isn't considered to be more than 50% degraded, it can't be replaced. We have to stabilize the wood in place to maintain original historical fabric with wood filler.
Okay.
And you didn't, did the applicant contract this historian, the GPA report, or is that?
No, the city contracted the GPA report. We worked through our entitlement process with the historian, and then we paid the city a fee to contract a historian to monitor the project through construction. They sign off when they're representing the city's interests, and then the Mills Act contract is done separately. That application is filed, and then another fee is paid to the city, where you've contacted another historian who is also in support of
Got it.
the Mills Act.
May I go?
Yeah.
Couple questions. So you mentioned to staff here, you got a building permit on the Olympic Cottage today.
Yes,
So
we
what's
picked it up today.
What's the plan? Excuse me?
Yeah, we picked up the permit today.
Today, yeah. So what's the plan and when will that be finished?
That's going to be a question for our general contractor. So we're ready to begin immediately, and then it'll be a question of how quickly the work can be completed.
So you don't have any estimate,
I mean,
usually when you have a building permit,
sorry, my general contractor sitting right here.
Can I ask what's this in the scope of work? What's the scope of work on that?
Scope of work is, the staff recommended that we relook at the slope of the porch after we had technically completed an approved project. We went back with our architect at staff's recommendation, and we'll be reducing the fascia along the entire upper portion of the cottage by 2 inches. We'll be reducing the beam at the front by 2 inches to create a steeper slope that's more
Appropriate to the photos.
that's more, correct to the historical photos. The reason for the flattened roof and many meetings with staff on site is we were having a head height clearance issue in terms of public safety at the sidewalk where we require a minimum 80 inches from the lowest hanging point. So these modifications, moving the porch roof up and changing the fascia, will allow us to achieve a pitch on the roof that is consistent with the appearance of the photos and maintains the public safety.
The existing porch roof is in the public right of way. And one of the things they want us to do is cut it back
12 inches.
Since it'll be dropping down, it could be a head hitter kind of situation. So there's a stepping condition up onto the porch, which constitutes the 80-inch head clearance. So that's what dictated the roof pitch, basically, just standard codes. We also had to put railings in, hand guard, when you step, for ADA compliant. There's a lot of things. It didn't have windows originally.
How long?
Now it has windows. So
How long to build it?
Can
we be done next
yeah,
year?
the question to how long to build
Next.
it. We have to go through the process of getting bids, and obviously we want to expedite it as soon as possible. So we're in the process of that, getting the permits today. Now we actually have a permitted set that we could take to bid. If it wasn't approved, we were wasting contractors' time trying to bid it if it wasn't approved.
Well, given your expertise, I mean, you got the building permit, you're going to put it
Yeah,
out to
it's not a
bid.
lot
You
of
have some relationships. You know the rough scope of the project. Can you give me some estimate of, are we talking 3 months, 6 months?
If we get bids back by the end of the year, it's probably a 2-month project when they start.
Okay, good.
So
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that.
in a perfect world.
So I guess I have one other question, maybe, I don't know if this is for the applicant or staff or both of you, but listening to the explanation about the wood and the degradation of the wood and the filling of the wood and in order to comply with the, because you couldn't remove it, I guess, under the Secretary of Interior standards. So this item 16, I mean, investigate the feasibility of removing the existing paint from the exterior wood and restoring the historic appearance of the stained wood finish. What does that mean? I mean, you couldn't do it. You're saying you couldn't do it initially. So how the heck are you going to do it now?
I think the process would be probably sandblasting the paint off, but it also has years and years of paint on it because it was painted previously. I think it was blue for many years, right? So if you were able to remove the paint, you're definitely going to have all the Bondo and whatever wood filler material that they've used over the years. And you would probably blow through the wood. The integrity of the wood would be insufficient,
So then you'd have to replace,
You'd have to
then in
replace
accordance
the-
with Secretary standards, you
It goes
could,
into that whole 50% of damaged versus not. So there is a lot of wood that they made us keep that is in bad condition because it has character, and the integrity of the character of the way it looks, it has to be, maintained. It has to be kept like that. So we actually did have a historical painter on site. The company that we had to hire was historical. That's what they do. And so I even had issues with some of the textures and made them come back and finish it better because you could see inconsistencies and it just didn't look like an acceptable, finished product. So we did hold them to their standard of quality when it came to the finishes and consistency of the textures.
so the other question I have on this, on this, this is page 27, well, it's 27 of the, no, I guess it's where the list is. I guess it's 46 of the staff report, where the new 16 conditions are listed. So, I mean, this condition 16 we're talking about in the exterior wood finish, the contract year for that is 2035. That's like 11 years from now. So that, I mean, how was that arrived at, the 2035 date?
The timeline for the reclamation and maintenance plan is a 10-year plan. From
Right, but
2020
some of it is yearly, like starting next year, and some of it, is biannually, quadrennially, and then this one is just 2035, 11 years from now. I'm just asking the question, who who determines these dates when they're putting together this plan? Is this our historian or?
Yeah, it was recommended by the historic consultant.
Because
To be done before the end of the 10-year term. But it could be done earlier.
okay.
So
Thank you.
any other members of the public who would like to, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. So following up on Bob's question for staff, so was item 16, was that added after the Heritage Committee weighed in by the historian?
That's correct.
And then, so I'm trying to, footnote 27 is referenced and it talks about, it's from, it's about, have you guys read this footnote and this link? 'Cause it references the Truman home. And I think it has something to do with exterior woodwork. And I'm trying to understand what this means. Because it seems like I read this report a couple times. The report doesn't really touch on the question of like all the issues that we're discussing here. So I'm just trying to understand how we're supposed to move forward with, because it sounds like from the applicant's perspective, what they're saying is that the only way to basically change to figure out what the color was originally would be to sandblast it. And so I guess, can staff weigh in on the historicity of the color?
Can give maybe a brief summary of the history.
Okay.
And I'll start by maybe mentioning that, to my knowledge, there isn't a 50% threshold for when you choose to replace rather than repair.
Okay.
But the standards do express a strong preference to preserving and repairing when it's feasible to do so. So you take that step first, and if it's determined infeasible,
Okay.
then subject to the standards, you may replace in kind. In terms of the history of the paint application, it is true that originally when the building was constructed, the exterior wood cladding was stained and not painted. That wasn't very well understood or understood at all when the project was going through the entitlement process. The reference photo at the time was, I believe it was a postcard image. And later we understood that the colors in that image were enhanced. It looked quite red in those photos. And as the Planning Commission and then the City Council were deliberating on that application, they were referencing that postcard image to understand the historical appearance of the building. At the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant proposed their proposed color scheme, which would have resulted in a gray finish to the exterior wood elements. Planning Commission wanted a red color with the expressed intent to do a proper historic rehabilitation to the extent feasible. There are a number of elements that were part of that rehabilitation plan. This one rather unusually included recreation of historical signage as well and so forth. When that application, and maybe I can take a step back and also comment that I believe the Heritage Committee also commented on the color and the appearance of the exterior wood cladding. At the council meeting, the applicant again expressed their preference for the gray color finish. Staff, as part of the staff report, we attached a color board to the application, which was prepared after that Planning Commission meeting, and it carried forward the Planning Commission's recommendation, which was a red paint application to the exterior wood siding. And again, this was based on our understanding that the building was originally constructed with a red paint finish on the wood siding. And over the course of the project, we did consult with the city's architectural historian that was retained at the applicant's cost by the city to evaluate the project in terms of compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. Different terms were used that I think create admittedly somewhat of a muddy record. I believe in the motion, there was a reference to a redwood stain color. And I could see that being debated. And there was follow-up discussions after the council meeting. Staff at the time took the position that what was approved by the city council was a red paint color. And that's ultimately what was implemented as part of the construction project. Hope that answers your question, Mayor.
So have we had a historian say that this needs, this color was that red stained color, or did this come from the planning commission who was looking at the postcard? Like, I'm just trying to understand the historical basis of this.
I don't believe the recommendation originated with the architectural historian.
Okay.
At least to my knowledge. I recall those discussions starting with possibly the Heritage Committee.
Okay.
And I do know for a fact that those discussions were had with the Planning Commission. In general, what I've seen from architectural historians is that they generally have a greater tolerance to non-historical paint colors, with the understanding that paint colors can change over time. They're not always critical to the historic integrity of a building. Now, ultimately, it's a discretionary action that you're taking, but the paint color was approved by the architectural historian.
With that said, though, this is a complete different product. It's stain versus paint. So it's not just based on a color. To your point.
Correct.
Yeah.
What are you saying? You're saying that it was stained in the past.
Visually, stain is, a completely different coating. I mean, you see the wood grain through it.
So in the Secretary of the Interior standards, they
I think he's
differentiate.
saying they're a little bit more lenient with the deviations in paint color. But I'm
do
just
the
saying this
stand-
isn't a deviation in paint color. This is a deviation in a completely different product.
I get it. So do the Secretary of Interior standards, do they allow for that same deviation for paint color to council or to Mayor Pro Tem's question?
Probably not the best person to answer that question. Unfortunately, we don't have the historian available with us tonight. All I can really say is that the architectural historian did have an understanding of the project. They, as part of their assessment, reviewed historical documentation, including original building permits, photo and documentary evidence, and did ultimately find that a paint finish was acceptable and consistent with the standards.
But you can imagine if you go into a building, well, even in here, with the wood columns and whatnot in this building, or if you can imagine walking into a historic building with all of the the woodwork, if you changed all that to a painted surface versus stained surface, I think that the historians would take issue.
Well, but this is she went to Penn for history. The person, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that the historians that have had said that it's not an issue.
I know, I'm just telling you
Okay.
my.
Yeah. Anyone else want to, Hallie, you want to weigh in on this?
Well, it also seems to me that we're spending a lot of time talking about the approval of the project initially, which I don't think is up for debate tonight.
No.
What we're talking about is, do we give the applicant, the property owner, this additional significant benefit when there are concerns about the historical accuracy of the restoration that's taken place, right? That's the question
That
that's
is a
in
good
my
question.
mind.
I also have a bit of a problem with the maintenance schedule. Some of these, and I was going to ask if they could clarify some of this. Some of them was brought up by some of the public speakers, but clean and repair decorative exterior light fixtures, restripe the parking lot. Aren't some of those things just typical building maintenance? Is that really something that we feel is worth the trade for less tax dollars? Well,
No, I get it. There's no such thing as historical striping of a parking lot.
yeah. And I also have a problem with 16. If it's acknowledged that it was impossible to get it to the original stain in the first place, why is it listed here? And the reason I'm concerned about that is I'm not, how do I say this? Confident in the city's ability to monitor these improvements all of the time. So I'm afraid this will just kind of disappear.
That's another issue.
Well, I know, but do you want to keep 16 on here if it
Oh, I
was
see what you're
acknowledged that
saying.
we can't do it in the first place?
Got it.
Why do we have it on the list?
I think we need more clarity and more work done on item 16 specifically.
So it seems like to the question that Hallie raised, which is a good one, you know, what's the standard here? And I think this could be, is it true, Anthony? This could be eligible for the, this could be eligible per the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, but the Mills Act allows for a local discretion, right? It's not something where if it's necessary but not sufficient. Is that a fair thing to say, to be eligible for the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, you are not guaranteed a Mills Act contract.
Yeah, it's a
if you are-
choice, right? And so you could make points that are inconsistent with the Secretary of Interior standards, hypothetically, and make that be the basis for denial of an application. Is that a fair point to the city attorney?
The Mills Act, yeah, so the Mills Act uses the word may,
Okay,
right? And I think Ms. Yurka kind of summarized it in that they're getting the benefit of the tax reduction in exchange for keeping up and establishing the standards that you think are what makes the property historic. And in this case, if you do not believe that you're getting that bang for your buck, then you can make that determination.
and was this promised, like when the entitlements were given for this project, was it ever promised a Mills Act?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
It's entitled to be on the register, right? But it's not entitled to get Mills Act.
Correct.
So it's not like if hypothetically, if the council said no Mills Act, that wouldn't be changing the rules in the middle of the game.
And at the same time that the city council approved its conditional placement on the register, it gave a parking requirement reduction incentive for that.
What you would do with it, with this paint situation anyway, because it sounds like if you blast off the red paint and then there's blue paint under there, and then you have wood in a condition that you can't stain it. That was my understanding. Is that right? What do you think about that, Mark?
I mean, it's just an opinion, a personal opinion, that it would probably be cheaper to re-side it than it would be to try to remove the paint.
So
An option might be to, you know, if, I don't know what you think about this, but to have the Heritage Committee take a look at this, since it never got sent back to them, and see what they say. I don't know, just a suggestion.
I mean, it seems like if there's no Mills Act, then there's really no way to even have any say over the color.
I'm not saying that that suggestion is based strictly on the siding color. Some of these other items, maintenance items, I just question. I mean, the roof is another question that I have. The roof needs to be re-roofed just to protect the wood under it. I mean, that's kind of a stretch to me.
Well, I think the problem that we're struggling with is we don't really know, because we haven't been trained in it, we don't really know what an appropriate, maintenance schedule is for an historic building, what really is a good list of improvements. I mean, we get these Mills Act things once a year. And I guess the question you're raising, Mark, is, I guess our historian at least reviewed the list. But it seems to me somebody needs to, I don't know how specifically it was vetted by our consultant. I mean, somebody should be looking at each of these lists that come through. I'm not just talking about this one, and say, yeah, that's, that's a good improvement to go on a list for for preserving an historic building versus, you know, some of the others that maybe aren't, like the bike racks or whatever example you want to pull out. So, and the other concern I have here is, as I said, the 2035 exterior wood finish. I mean, that's a meaningless condition, right, at this point, to investigate the feasibility. It seems to me you can investigate the feasibility now, and you might determine it's not feasible, right? But I would say continue the whole thing, bring it back with the Olympic Cottage at the same time, and then whoever's responsibility it is to investigate the feasibility, maybe it's the applicant just saying, you know, no, it's prohibitive cost, or, you know, this was what it would take to do it. But have somebody investigate that feasibility now rather than 11 years from now, and bring it back to us and say, it's not going to work, or it's too much money and we're not interested in it. But we're just grasping at straws up here right now. So that's what I would do. I'd continue it, bring it back when the Olympic Cottage is done, and direct staff to work with the applicant to get more analysis on the feasibility. And if it turns out it's infeasible, then it's infeasible.
Was that a motion, Bob?
Yeah, I would make it as a motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Great. Everyone's good? Thank you, Heather and Anthony. Okay. So, okay, so now we're gonna move on to item 21. Consideration of it. Oh, wait.
I think we're on 22.
Yeah, we already did. Okay, so we're on 22. Who's presenting this? Oh, Anthony. Good.
You know, we just lost Megan. Is there any reason to take 22 and 23 together, or one will follow the other? Will that throw you, Anthony?
No, that's
Okay.
fine.
All right.
Here's a can-do man, Anthony Vieira.
Please go ahead. Thank you, Anthony. Or I guess, should we let's wait for Mayor Pro Tem. Do you need a break, Anthony?
Thanks for asking. I think I'm okay, Mayor.
Okay, you're
Thank
good.
you.
It's tough to do two in a row.
Do you need a chocolate? You need a glass of water?
You get him a glass of water, Hallie.
All right.
I might grab
Okay.
myself
On
some
it.
water, actually.
Okay. Here, get him that. Together? Okay, good. So, Anthony, let's give the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 22 is an amendment to the city's zoning ordinance and local coastal program to repeal and replace Chapter 25.17 of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code related to the regulation of accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and junior accessory dwelling units, also known as JADUs. And item 23 on your agenda is an urgency ordinance. The content of that ordinance does match the ordinance attached to your item number 22. I did want to point out that this draft ordinance was reviewed and recommended for adoption by the Planning Commission at their November 20th meeting this year. The main driver of this ordinance is that state ADU law is changing on January 1st, as has become somewhat of an annual tradition. And to remain in compliance with state law and ensure that the city can continue to enforce local regulations to the extent consistent with state law, the city will need to amend its ADU regulations to maintain consistency. There are two main bills that the governor signed into law that again take effect on January 1st that I'll briefly summarize here. The first is AB 2533 related to unpermitted ADUs and JADUs. And what it does is it expands the pathways to permit existing but unpermitted ADUs. The main change here is that now JADUs become eligible for legalization through this provision in state law. What this bill also does is it moves up the construction cutoff date. So previously, any ADUs that were unpermitted that were constructed on or before January 1st, 2018 would be eligible for this provision in state law. Now that construction cutoff date moves up to January 1st of 2020. The second bill is SB 1211. What this bill does is that it clarifies that a city cannot require replacement parking within the context of a surface parking lot that's being demolished or displaced by a proposed ADU or JADU. It also includes a new definition for livable space. And finally, it revises the ADU allowances for multifamily dwellings being defined as 2 or more primary dwelling units. And what this bill does is it allows up to 8 detached ADUs for an existing multifamily dwelling, but not to exceed the total number of primary dwelling units on the lot. There are 3 main goals with this ordinance. First is it brings the city's ADU regulations into compliance with new ADU law. Second, it harmonizes the distinct priorities of state ADU law and the Coastal Act, specifically access and resource protection policies in the Coastal Act. And lastly, we were seeking to improve transparency and efficiency through clearer standards. And that's kind of become a learned experience for us as we've been implementing the current version of our ordinance since it was certified by Coastal Commission in September of 2023. We'll just touch on a few key changes in the ordinance before you. One is it is a complete restructuring of our ADU regulations. The primary intent here being to more closely track with state ADU law to, again, improve transparency and efficiency. We are also moving away from terms that are found in our current ADU law related to guaranteed and non-guaranteed allowance ADUs. And now we're describing those as building permit only ADUs and ADUs that are subject to a building permit. And those standards originate in state ADU law. There are additional standards that a city can enforce if a project is subject to an ADU permit. Here, for example, there are additional ADU parking requirements that would apply. And city staff is also proposing addressing line of sight requirements with ADUs. One key point to keep in mind with ADUs is that the city doesn't have its ordinary design review discretion over ADU projects. And so some of these standards will assist staff with ensuring that these ADUs are minimizing impacts to neighboring properties. State ADU law expressly states that nothing in the ADU law alters or supersedes the effect of the California Coastal Act. In Laguna Beach, we have a certified local coastal program or LCP. And through our LCP, the city is required to require a CDP or coastal development permit for most types of ADUs. The exception being if you are converting habitable space to an ADU. And to maintain consistency with the Coastal Act and the city's certified LCP, there are additional standards that would apply when a CDP is required for that ADU. A few requirements that are noted on the screen here are compliance with the 25-foot coastal bluff setback requirement, compliance with the 25-foot watercourse setback, and there is also an additional building setback, which essentially requires that you step back the upper floor levels of a structure. There is also a requirement for replacement parking for the primary dwelling unit in the coastal zone on a one-for-one basis. And with that, staff is recommending that the City Council pass a first reading of the ordinance, and at the same time, as part of item number 23 on your ordinance, adopt an urgency ordinance, which is allowed under the state government code, subject to a certain declaration of findings that indicate why this urgency is required. And to summarize the reasons for that urgency, state ADU law is changing on January 1st, and if the city does not have an ordinance that is consistent with state ADU law, the city's local regulations become null and void on January 1st. And therefore, to continue to protect coastal resources, staff is presenting an urgency ordinance for your consideration this evening. That will conclude the staff presentation, and I am available for questions.
Mayor, I have a question
Go
for
ahead.
the city attorney. Megan, do you know if there's any other ADU legislation in the works for next year?
I don't know right now, but I can promise you there will be some. It's been every year for the last 5 or 6
No, we
years.
keep chasing the state. I mean, I don't know how many iterations of our ADU ordinance we've been through, like 2 or 3. Anyway, okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I make one point of clarification? The urgency ordinance will require a 4/5 vote for adoption.
And on that point, you think, you feel confident that we can make the findings that there is
Yes.
for an emergency ordinance?
Yes.
The findings for an emergency ordinance. Other questions up here? I'll ask one to the city attorney or Anthony. I've heard people say that Malibu has a requirement that you rent out your accessory dwelling unit. One, is that accurate? And two, would that be allowed under state law?
I actually briefly spoke with the attorney that implements Malibu's ADU ordinance, and I don't believe that is accurate. And in short, no, ADU law doesn't allow for us to impose those kinds of use requirements. And so there is not the ability to require, for example, that all ADUs be leased out.
And then, so this is just sort of the main issue that we're seeing with attached ADUs that can be up to 25 feet is we're a city where you have people who were denied doing a second story for their house through the design review process, and then now their neighbor is able to essentially add an attached ADU. I know the answer to this question, but have we tried to look for loopholes that would allow us to exercise that discretion to protect the principles of view equity?
I think that our ADU ordinance, as presented to you tonight, is doing everything that we can to maximize local control.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for public comment. Does anyone want to provide a public comment on this item? Or I guess, is this a public hearing? I'm opening up the public hearing.
Greetings, City Council. My sympathies for how often the ADU laws change, but a few points on the relationship of CEQA to the ADU approval process. The city seems to be using the Coastal Act as a mechanism towards getting more local control and staking all projects. If you look at the Coastal Commission guidance as formulated in April 2017, November 2017, and again on April 21st, 2022. The gist of it is the construction or conversion of an ADU, also includes GADUs, contained within or directly attached to an existing single-family residence would qualify as an exempt improvement to a single-family residence. Okay, so what does that mean? It means any attached ADU is exempt from CEQA. I get the feeling that staff and council are pushing to try and get staking and trying to use CEQA as a lever to get more control of these, when the direction from the state is quite clear and the guidance provided by the Coastal Commission is quite clear. They will also be updating guidance within the next 3 years, but this is the current guidance, and until a new one is provided, that should be the interpretation of the city. Secondly, every ADU needs to be evaluated under CEQA by staff administratively. But when it comes to views, they should be evaluated only in public views. So what does that mean? City of Newport Beach, where Dave's from, I think has it right. They evaluate public views in terms of public parks, public trails, and designated scenic corridors. It does not mean the street, every public street in the city is a designated view area where you take your trash out and it affects your view. That is nothing we're trying to protect by the state. It is protected public views. In terms of brevity, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Slade Carlton. I have an ADU. I pulled a permit in June for 470 Seaview. That permit was red tagged by the Community Development Department. I've been waiting 5 weeks. My workers have been shut down. I've asked Alex, I've asked Dave, I've asked Anthony for a meeting. It's, I think, telling to hear that the loopholes that we're looking for and the local control, explain a lot of what's happening with my individual project and kind of, the challenges that we have as a community within the state of California. I'd like to read just a quick section from a lawsuit from 1992. That was Wilson versus Laguna Beach at the Superior Court level. When we annexed South Laguna, there was a lot of trickery that the city used to not allow granny flats to be built in South Laguna. And this is what the judge said about it. We hope this case does not represent a trend on the part of local agencies to circumvent both the spirit and the letter of the state law. California municipalities are not fiefdoms unto their own. The governing bodies of cities are charged with the responsibility of faithfully executing the laws of the United States and the state of California. Here, Laguna Beach spent considerable tax dollars in an effort to deprive some of its own citizens of the benefits clearly accorded them by the state law. So we got rid of all these granny flats in 1992, and now we're literally arresting grannies for not having housing in our town. Diane Dowd, 71 years old, 2 months ago, we arrested her for trespassing. It's absurd. We need housing.
Agree. Can I ask a question on what provision of the ordinance are you saying is in conflict with state law?
So specifically the language around ADUs and the way that the city is processing them to identify loopholes and to maintain local control by using the Coastal Commission or using ways that are not the state objective measurements that are indicated. I think, that's what I'm speaking to.
Like public views or anything in I'm just trying to understand as it relates to the ordinance, your public comments.
Well, I think the idea that any 25-foot attached ADU is going to be problematic in the city of Laguna Beach, I think that's not the case. I think there are appropriate places. I think, you know, by going through the approval process, my specific project, by having the permit issued, and then to have it recalled when the project was partially complete 6 months into it, to wait 5 weeks, and I still haven't had a meeting with the community development. Dennis Bogle says he's never said anything like it in the 13 years he's been here. So I don't know. I mean, candidly, I think we're seeing the problem that we had happen in 1992, and we're doing the same thing. We're going to end up with more housing related issues, more health issues, you know, more homelessness.
Thank you.
I was here during the Wilson v. Laguna Beach, and this is nothing like this. It was related to single family zoning and building of units without permits. And yes, we lost that lawsuit, but doesn't relate to this current dilemma. I just have a few questions about this situation. There's a project at DR on Thursday night where the ADU is completely subterranean. It has one window. And is there anything that, to me, that is a health and safety issue, a mental health issue, and perhaps not a legitimate use of the ADU. Maybe it's just an extra basement for the people that live there. Then Anthony mentioned replacing parking for the primary unit in a new, what happens to the parking for the primary unit if it's a new construction of both the primary unit and the ADU? I don't quite understand how that works. And then I also wonder, have you communicated through our lobbyist or through the council's written communications to the governor and to the legislature, the kinds of problems and the kinds of issues that we are facing? Do they even know what we're going through here? Or do they just keep on passing these things and we just keep absorbing the difficulties of trying to address this? I think some of the questions the council's raised, the public raises, those deserve to be heard in Sacramento. Maybe they would address that in their laws the next time. I have the impression that's not getting through to them. Thank you.
Hello again, it's Kathy Yerka. We all know that there are many legitimate ADUs being built and then many ADUs that are ways to expand the square footage of a house without having to go through a regular process. And it's become really problematic in Laguna given a year or two ago when they decided that attached ADUs could be 25 feet high because that's had view impacts. One thing that's come to my attention is that ADUs are being built without appliances for the kitchen. They have plugins so that you could put in a stove or you could put in a refrigerator, but that they are being approved without those things. And I haven't seen it myself. This is just something I've heard. And I understand that under state law, Megan, you may know, that you're actually required to have appliances, like you must have a functioning kitchen. And so that just might be one thing to keep in mind, to separate the ADU that becomes the great master bedroom with a place to plug in a refrigerator versus an ADU that's really functioning the way state law tells us it should. Thank you. Or maybe that could be part of the ordinance.
Any other members of the public want to comment on the ADU ordinance? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item, and I'll start on this one. We I guess the only law, there's been a lot of laws on ADUs, but the only one that didn't get a hearing was the legislation that that this council sponsored and that Mark and I worked on. Our legislation would have essentially said that if a city is on track to meet by building affordable housing, which we need, you would be able to apply local discretion as it relates to 2-story ADUs, which really would have been a pro-housing solution because more housing, you only would have been able to apply that discretion if housing was being built. That was killed by we didn't even get a hearing. And that was Senator Min introduced that. And so it's not for a lack of trying. I do think that we absolutely need more housing but what we have in Laguna Beach is a unique set of circumstances where we have decades of view equity where people's property value, a significant amount of it is based on their views. And so when someone's coming in with a 25-foot ADU that's blocking 50% of their views, that's not it's not working specifically in Laguna Beach. And I think that's why it's unlikely the state would do anything about this, is because we have such a specific design review process and view equity, and that's sort of why we are where we are. I want to ask the question of a member of the public said that CEQA is not part of ADUs. This ordinance does not put CEQA as part of ADUs. That's right?
Correct. I think perhaps it was a reference to the coastal component as
Okay.
opposed to CEQA, and he may have been misspeaking.
Got it.
But CEQA is not part of ADUs. The city, because it is in the coastal zone, has to comply with our LCP, and the state ADU law actually expressly says that that is the case and that we have to comply with our our LCP, which requires us to consider how CDP compliance is met, whether that is through de minimis. We have various ways to do that. We spend a lot of time on an FAQ and a flow chart that the city manager made, which was very impressive. That kind of runs through all that, but it is a coastal issue, not a CEQA issue.
Got it. And then how do we define public views? How does our LCP define public views?
I would have to pull it up to tell you exactly what it says, but to help address or give context to those comments, we don't require staking for all ADUs. Staff can require staking when they believe that there could be an impact on coastal resources, including coastal views from public viewpoints. So I want to give greater context then in many cases there is not a staking requirement. Actually, it's the discretion of the community development director, and he's very thoughtful about that process. So I just want to I think that comment required greater context.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Well, do we think, Anthony, you had a slide, I think, about talking about the Coastal Act provisions here. I mean, we had testimony from one member of the public who thought we were not being consistent with the Coastal Act guidance. Do we believe we are being consistent with all Coastal Act guidance? And if so, why?
I do believe we're consistent with Coastal Act guidance. We have to comply with our LCP. And so in order to issue a CDP, we have to ensure that we have met the requirements of our LCP. Our LCP is certified by the Coastal Commission. So we are implementing the standards that the Coastal Commission has told the city to implement. And so I believe that all we're doing is we're looking at the LCP along with the ADU application and saying, is this LCP compliant such that we can issue a CDP? And I should maybe clarify my earlier statement, like to the extent that we are trying to maximize local control, there is almost no local control. That is 5 or 6 years ago, there was more, and that's why they have new bills every year. The city will figure out some little sliver and try to use it, and the legislature responds. And so there isn't local control for design, development, rental, and I don't want to I think we need to be clear that our CDP is just, all we're doing is achieving compliance with our LCP and nothing more.
Well, if I could follow up on that, I understand that, but am I looking at the right section, which is page 31 of the report? So it's section 25.17.020. Is that where all the Coastal Act compliance stuff is embodied?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you go through this and you get setbacks, so that's all pretty standard objective, right? You got parking, which is the replacement parking that you described. Pedestrian access, vehicular access. I mean, all of that is the pedestrian access and vehicular access, I'm sorry, is driven by coastal? I know all the setback stuff is, and I understand the parking, replacement parking is driven by them, but
So as it relates to vehicular access, for example, there's a potential that that access point could displace 1 or 2 on-street parking spaces, for example, and that is a coastal access issue, potentially. A project-specific analysis would need to be done on that. So I think that was the thinking that went into that particular provision.
Are you
And-
asking Councilmember Whalen too, whether or not that's under the right category?
well, I mean,
Or should it be
this is
section C?
Coastal Act and Certified Local Coastal Program Requirements
Right, and then we have sections on pet access and vehicular access.
and outdoor living space.
The outdoor living space one makes sense because roof decks, I would think, could violate public views.
And one thing I might add on this topic is that the outdoor living space requirement, also the vehicular access requirement, those are substantially similar to provisions that are in our current Coastal Commission certified ADU ordinance. And so those are being carried forward to a large extent.
I think there used to be, and maybe there still is, but if my recollection is right, when these first found their way in, there was public health and safety things we could require. That's what these seem to be. The pet access is definitely a firefighter access path, right? I'm not objecting to them. I'm just wondering.
If it's the right category.
Yeah.
We're going to take a peek here.
Yeah, we're
Megan's
trying to
looking.
find them right now.
Remember, our LCP is a consolidation, a conglomeration of things like the land use element. And so we have to figure out if that's, we're guessing that may be in the land use element itself.
Okay.
Going to give us a minute or two.
See, 1, 2.
I wanted to note something too, while Megan's looking at the earlier question, I think that Councilmember Whalen had too about Coastal Commission. We've interacted with them rather extensively on a ADU that's in proposed for North Laguna. So we had conversations with the staff. There was conversations through attorneys that went all the way, I think, to the executive director of the Coastal Commission, which included, a review of what we're doing, and came back, and I think with appropriate instructions to continue to do what we're doing.
Well, I mean, one other thing that I know came up in the Housing and Human Services Committee, and this probably, may go nowhere with coastal, but since you're having those kinds of conversations, with respect to the replacement parking, and there was some understanding that it makes sense. Okay, if coastal's going to say you got to replace parking on site, that makes sense down kind of in the coastal zone, the true coastal zone down here. It doesn't make any sense up at the top of the world and Arch Beach Heights and, Bluebird Canyon, the top of Bluebird Canyon. So I don't know if you can inject, if you're having conversations with coastal at some point, inject, that concept of it's guidance, right? Yeah, proximity, maybe within a half mile of the beach or something, but
Isn't the reality most of Laguna is in our local coastal
oh, it
plan?
is. Yeah, no, it is. But I'm just saying this
Not impacting
requirement,
coastal resources.
they could give further guidance that says you have to do replacement parking for any structure within a half mile of the beach, right? Because you're not going to walk from top of the world. You're not going to park at top of the world and walk to the beach.
Agreed.
So,
Not yet.
not, yeah, maybe not. Maybe next summer. Anyway, I didn't mean to derail this. I just, if I don't disagree with the content, I mean, if it's in the right spot, that's fine. It's just, it's under this Coastal Act, it's certified local coastal program requirements, so.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find it. I'm also wondering if it's possible if it was a carryover from Coastal's comments when we got their comments back last year also, because they had implementation comments for us. So it may be from that, but sorry, I'm like cross-referencing several documents to try to find it right now.
Megan, just thinking out loud with you, arguably, if that could be passed as is in the urgency ordinance, and we could review it in time for second reading of the
Yes,
longer term.
we certainly could do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a
That's a good-
substantive change, right? So
That's a
you
good
wouldn't
idea.
have to come back and do another first reading.
On the first reading, it would be a substantive.
Oh, would
Yeah, it would require a
Yeah.
new first reading. Yeah. Although if we required that, we could bring back an updated urgency ordinance to fix
Got
it.
it.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? No? Is there a motion?
Do 22 and 23 both. I mean, we do them separately, right? But we
Yeah.
can do them both
Should we do a
without,
motion? for
without
both?
further discussion.
One motion at a time.
Yeah, one motion at a time, but we
And
can.
with the ordinance title read into the record, please.
Were we clear that the public hearing applied to both items?
Yeah, that's my question.
So
Actually, I
is
didn't
the-
ask it right.
is,
Right way.
Does anyone want to participate in the public hearing on, that didn't get a chance to on either item? Is it clear that both items were open to the public? Okay, then I'm going to close public hearing again on both items. Sue, you have a motion?
Yeah, so my motion is, one, find the adoption of proposed ordinance is statutorily exempt from review under California, under CEQA, under Public Resources Code. I'm not going to read the code. And then waive full reading and introduce the first reading. So you'd ask the clerk to read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laguna Beach, California, amending its zoning code and local coastal program by repealing and replacing Chapter 25.17 of the City of Laguna Beach Municipal Code relating to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, and finding that action to be statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Public Resources Code Section 21080.17 and 15265C of the state CEQA guidelines.
Is there-
Second.
Oh, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
so that
then on
passes.
item 23, I move recommendation 1 and recommendation 2, and I'll ask the clerk to read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance, urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laguna Beach, California, amending its zoning code and local coastal program by repealing and replacing Chapter 25.17 of the City of Laguna Beach Municipal Code relating to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units to comply with recent changes in state law, and finding the ordinance to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Section 21080.17 of the Public Resources Code.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Anthony. And good job, Anne Marie. Okay, so now we're gonna, we already dealt with 24 was removed, appeal A was continued already. We already opened the public hearing on that. So now we're gonna do. Does anyone need a break? Or are we good? Okay, so we have appeal B. So we have an, so can we get a staff report on this item? Oh, and actually, before we do that, we're going to ask for disclosures of any ex parte communications of council members. I spoke to the applicant team.
I did as well.
I spoke with the applicant's architect.
Bob, any disclosures?
I spoke with the architect, the applicant team, and also received a call from Greg and Kathy Abel, and I think those were the only communications I had.
Got it. Any further ones, Hallie?
I received a couple of requests for conversations, one from the applicant's architect, I believe, and one from Leah Abelstone, but I wasn't able to connect with either one of them.
Okay. So now I'm going to open the public hearing, and we're going to have a staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Renagi and council members. My name is Jessica Mendoza, Assistant Planner. Item B before you tonight is a City Council review of the Planning Commission denial of design review 23-1480 for the property located at 1110 Glen Eyrie Street. The City Council has options in consideration of this matter, which are as follows. Uphold the denial of Design Review 23-1480, remand to the Planning Commission, reverse the denial, and approve the modified project. The Laguna Beach Municipal Code sets procedures and review criteria for its City Council to review of appeals. Review of the decisions are as follows. The City Council is limited to the grounds stated in the Notice of Appeal. The review is confined to the evidence that was presented to the Planning Commission. The City Council cannot conduct a de novo hearing or exercise independent judgment as to the evidence. The review is based solely only on whether there was an abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission's decision is presumed reasonable, valid, and not an abuse of discretion. And the appellant bears the burden of proving otherwise by a preponderance of the evidence. And the Laguna Beach Municipal Code also sets forth procedures and review criteria for non-design review appeals. Review of decisions are as follows, as presented in the slide before you. The City Council is not limited to the grounds stated in the appeal. The City Council is not limited to the evidence presented to the Planning Commission. The City Council shall conduct a de novo hearing and shall exercise its independent judgment and discretion as to the evidence. The Planning Commission's decision is presumed reasonable, valid, and not an abuse of discretion. And last, the appellant bears the burden of proving otherwise by a preponderance of evidence. In its consideration of Design Review 23-1480, the City Council is limited to the grounds specifically stated in the Notice of Appeal and to the evidence presented to the Planning Commission. The City Council may not exercise its own discretion in considering the permit. An abuse of discretion is defined as the following. The Planning Commission did not proceed in the manner required by law. The decision is not supported by the findings, or the findings are not supported by the evidence. The property is located in the LBP, Local Business Professional Zone. The applicant is proposing exterior modifications. To give into detail, the changes are to modernize the facade of the existing commercial building, which also includes the removal of the existing brickwork, replacement of windows and doors, reduction of the eave overhangs, replacement of roof material with standing seam material, and also the replacement of other exterior siding. The second is new landscaping to remove 5 existing ficus trees and replacement with 2 Swan Hill olive trees. And last, new hardscaping for a new perimeter wall, replacement of existing pavers with Pendle cobble pavers and addition of a small pet lawn area. The project was first heard on October 4th, 2023 at Planning Commission. Planning Commission voted 4-0 to continue the project with direction of design changes and preparation of a historic assessment. A historic assessment was prepared by the city's historic consultant. The report concluded that the property appears to meet one of the necessary criteria to be considered for local designation should the property owner consent to the voluntary placement on the local historic register. However, because the owner had not agreed to add the property to the city's register, and since the property is not eligible for listing in the National Register or Historic Places or the California Register of Historical Resources, the property is not a historical resource pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. Under CEQA, a property can qualify as a historical resource through 3 of the main categories listed on the slide before you. One, if it's a mandatory historical resource. Formally, if it's listed on or determined eligible for a California Register of Historical Resources, which could include the National Register of Historical Places or formally determined eligible for the listing of the National Historic Places. 2, presumptive historical resource. This would include the local register, recognized as and also recognized as historically significant by local ordinance or resolution, and identified as a significant in certain historical resources in surveys. And 3, discretionary historical resource, determination based on substantial evidence that a resource is a historical resource under CEQA. Generally use the California Register of Historical Resources criteria to make this determination. The project was reheard on October 2nd, 2024. The Planning Commission voted 5-0 to deny the project by not adopting the draft resolution of approval based on the following reasons. The applicant fulfilled only 2 of 4 requests from the October 4th, 2023 hearing at the Planning Commission meeting. The current plans do not reflect the efforts to retain the ficus trees as recommended. The proposed demolition and reconfiguration of the wall should be minimized. The crazy quilt brick should remain as it's fundamental to the building's integrity. The building arguably holds historic value, meeting local historic register criteria per the historic assessment. The City Council's consideration regarding the Planning Commission's decision for Design Review 23-1480 are as followed based on the following slide. To adopt the attached resolution remanding the modified project to the Planning Commission, to direct staff to prepare and return to a future meeting overturning the Planning Commission decision and approving Design Review 23-1480. And 3rd, direct staff to prepare and return at a future meeting with a resolution upholding the decision and to deny Design Review 23-1480. Staff recommends that the City Council remand the design review decision for modified project to the Planning Commission for further consideration of the following. Whether the property is a discretionary historic resource for CEQA and therefore under the city's municipal code, and if so, what further mitigation would be recommended by the historic consultant to sufficiently address the impacts to a historic resource. 2, whether at least one design review finding cannot be made for the proposed landscaping and support such lack of finding with the facts. 3, whether at least one design review finding cannot be made for the proposed hardscaping and supports such lack of finding with facts. And 4, where there are other design review findings that cannot be made for the proposed exterior changes and support such lack of findings with facts. And this concludes my presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you, Jessica. Very complicated staff report because it was a complicated set of circumstances in the appeal. So thank you for that. Any questions for city staff?
Yeah, in the possible recommendations, unless I missed something, there's an option to remand it back to planning commission to determine whether or not it meets the local standards for historicity. Can this body make that determination?
Yes. So the CEQA standard of review is de novo hearing, whereas the standard of review for DR is abuse of discretion. So to the extent that you're asking if the city council can make the determination that the property is a historic resource under CEQA, because the standard of review is de novo, that is a determination that the council can make, or it has the option to remand that to the planning commission as well.
Thank you.
Question for the city attorney. So right now we're in a quasi judicial role.
Correct.
And we look at the decisions before us based on the standards presented. And as it relates to the planning commission's determination that this is a historic resource, as part of their motion, did they include any facts or evidence or assertions that would in the record to support their claim, the claim that this was a historic resource under CEQA?
It wasn't clear. In the motion, no, it didn't call out the historic resource component. I think if you read the record and try to kind of piece it together, I think they were trying to get there, but it's not in the motion itself. And so without the written finding to establish that or a clear statement in the motion, it's not clearly there right now.
Got it. And then when we updated the historic ordinance for purposes of CEQA, the only way so you could be a historic resource under CEQA, which is, state law, if you're eligible for the state or national register. Is that correct?
There is, yes, that you can be a historic resource under state, national. Those are mandatory. There's the mandatory level, and then sort of the third level that's described in the staff report is the discretionary resource. And that is that the city can determine based on criteria from the state or the local register if they believe in their discretion that there is so it's a discretionary determination. It's not a mandatory determination, but that determination can be made that it is a historic resource.
But by being eligible for the local register, that alone is not sufficient.
In order to be on the local register, because of the consent requirement, there has to be consent to go on to the local register. But a property could, under CEQA, so there's two camps here. Under the CEQA camp, a property could meet the criteria for generally the state register, but it can also be relied on for the local register to qualify as a historic resource. And for CEQA purposes, it will be treated as a historic resource if that's the determination of the decision-making body.
Got it.
Can I dig into that a little bit more?
Sure.
So the fact that the property could qualify for a voluntary historic registry does not automatically qualify it for discretionary inclusion as a historic resource under CEQA.
That it could. Let me think that question through. So if it could qualify, but for the consent, or they consented?
No, if it could qualify regardless of consent. If it could qualify.
Then you could make a discretionary determination that it's a historic resource.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? If not, I'm going to open public testimony. And before I do that, I'm going to just explain sort of the rules of procedure here. So what we have is the applicant is appealing the decision of the denial by the Planning Commission. And so I'm going to have the applicant team will have 5 minutes, and then people in support of the appeal, which also means you're in support of the project, will have 3 minutes each. And then next we will give 3 minutes each to individuals who are in opposition to the appeal. And finally, the applicant team, who's also the appellant, will have 2 minutes to make final comments before we bring this back to staff and to council. So with that, I will give the applicant team, who's also the appellant, 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Brian English. I'm with the law firm of Allen Matkins, which represents the appellant. I'm also very jealous of your coffee station back there at this time of night. Prior to this meeting, our office emailed the council a formal objection letter, which I also have hard copies of in case you guys didn't get a chance to review it before the meeting. This entire process started because our client's building is currently suffering from decaying wooden windows, black mold, a crumbling facade, compromised walkways and driveways that need to be fixed immediately. These issues have all led to water intrusion, and it's now compromising the structural integrity of the building. To remediate these issues, our client submitted a relatively minor and routine application to renovate the facade of the building in order to preserve the structure. When the plans for this project were first considered by the Planning Commission over a year ago, the commissioners requested that the city prepare a historic assessment to evaluate whether our client's property qualifies as a historic resource. And that report determined that the property is not a historic resource under the city's municipal code or any other national or state designation. Based on that finding, the city's own community development department recommended approving our client's design review and finding that the action is exempt from CEQA. But the Planning Commission blatantly disregarded these findings. They repeatedly referenced the purported historic nature of this property when denying our client's application, and that's why we're here. This decision is emblematic of the continued obstruction of our client's various projects, which includes a similar action that the Planning Commission took 2 years ago to oppose the conditions of approval on development of property on Upper Rimrock Road, blocking access to our client's easement along the roadway to his parcels in the Temple Hills neighborhood. These repeated actions by the city are clearly retaliatory against our client and amount to a continued violation of his constitutional rights. Our request this evening is that you simply accept the recommendations made by the community development staff in their October 2024 Planning Commission staff report and approve our client's renovation application tonight. All of the pertinent information that you need to make this approval is already before you, and there's no need for this matter to go back to the Planning Commission. This process has dragged out for over a year now, leaving our client handcuffed with a deteriorating building that he can't fix. The building urgently needs repairs and cannot wait for months of additional hearings. Aside from rectifying this blatant overreach, failing to overturn the Planning Commission's denial would have the chilling effect of disincentivizing others to follow proper procedures for obtaining approvals if they're going to be tortured with the imposition of onerous approval conditions not based in fact. The city's heavy-handed approach to making such designations also dilutes the value and significance of other properties that actually are historic. I therefore strongly urge you to reverse the Planning Commission's denial and approve our client's renovation application tonight.
Brian nailed it. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Rory Fuberstein. I'm the architect on the project. Just to kind of touch on the historical significance, because that's an integral component of this project. I think going back to the GPA, which is the historian's report, not only do they say that it's not historic on the state or on the national register, but they do go into say that this project, the subject property, would not likely be one of the properties that best exemplifies their portfolio of the work for Chris Abel. So not only are they saying that irregardless of the state, and irregardless of the national, even on a historic level, even if our client wanted to propose this or to put on the registry, that does not necessarily by virtue actually mean that it would be. In fact, the historians, when they assess this from even a historic level, from a local perspective, did not qualify that this would be a historic register element. Obviously, this is just a relatively minor remodel, and I think most of you saw the damage and kind of what's going on site. We were very open and willing to find compromise to get this to a position where it's approvable. But obviously, for right now, we really want to get this project out of the limbo and out of the kind of going around in circles. So if there's any questions for us, please let us know. Okay?
So that's the 5 minutes from your team. You're good. And then, okay, so at this point, we're going to take 3-minute public comments from individuals in support of the project and the appeal.
Good evening. Pat Gallus. I've been involved with the historical preservation ordinance in this town for a number of years. And it's about property rights. These people, he owns this property. He has the right to do what he can do to it in a proper manner. He's gone through all gone through the whole process. And there's certain individuals, their opinion, it's historic. It's obviously not according to the criteria of this city, the state, and the nation. Your job is not to be popular with people in town. Your job is to enforce the law and protect property rights. And I think you should move forward with this project. I think they'll make some compromises, but thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public in support of the project or the appeal? And by the way, Billy, item 24 was removed, just so you know. Is that what you're here for? Oh, you did? Okay, good.
Just likes hanging out at City Hall
Okay,
with
good.
us.
So now at this point, I'm going to take testimony from individuals who are opposed to in opposition to the project and the appeal. You each will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening again. I'm Kathy Yurka. This is definitely Chris Abel night. I would ask that you uphold the recommendation of staff to remand this to the Planning Commission if you need more clarification. And it's clear that they should have allowed staff to return with a resolution of denial. Megan mentioned that the finding does not indisputably present a kind of hard and fast case to find it a historic resource, but certainly their discussion in the transcript talked at length about historic significance. So as Megan made clear, that for purposes of CEQA, you can find this to be a historic resource regardless of owner consent. And that was not made clear to the Planning Commission, I think perhaps because they didn't think it was going to go in that direction. Whenever someone doesn't like a decision that a commission makes, they always say that they ignored the historic resources consultant's report. They didn't ignore it, they rejected it. And in contrast with what the architect said, they found this to be a property that meets a criterion for designation on the local register. I have absolutely no doubt that the Heritage Commission would vote to add this property to the register. It represents a kind of different aspect of Chris Abel's style, and one that I find just uniquely important in Laguna, even in some ways more important than the great period of revival architecture that you get from someone like Aubrey Sinclair, because this is an expression in the 1970s to do what were contemporary interpretations of period revival style that really were part and parcel with the ethos of that era. That is when this whole issue of preservation, when the inventory was being authorized, this idea of village character. Planning commissioners mentioned that this building really resonates with the neighborhood and also outside the neighborhood. When Chris Abel did at the same time the Lumberyard Mall, that was when that brickwork was added to the Lumberyard building. It wasn't part of it originally.
I think in addition to the historic resources question, that it's really important to understand that findings can absolutely be made and were made, although not articulated, in the transcript regarding design guidelines, design criteria 3 and 9. This building is not compatible with the neighborhood. The replacement with the concrete, with the black distressed wood, with the metal is a very like cold industrial look for what is a residential neighborhood. And then they also found that the design, because it's still a Tudor revival building, that the materials don't match that integrity of the building. Thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening again. My name's Gail Waite, and I'm going to speak tonight as a real estate broker since 1990 and someone who worked in that building for over 2 years when it was a Grubb and Ellis office. That building is a landmark real estate office building, and whether that means you shouldn't change it or not but it was a Lingo, Grubb and Ellis, it was Prudential, and there's a reason that building, it's a landmark building, it's iconic. It's critical to the neighborhood. I think that if you look up and down the street, neighborhood compatibility is what Planning Commission is protecting. Look at the Laguna Board of Realtors office. That's another Tudor building. The Women's Club at St. Anne's in Glen Eyrie is a iconic landmark building. You start removing some buildings, and keep in mind you're going to lose the Neighborhood Congregational Church, which is an iconic landmark, and you're not going to have much say about that. I think the Planning Commission got it right. They're protecting neighborhood compatibility by removing those elements that, whether you call them historic elements or not, you take those away, it's no longer neighborhood compatible. So I think the Planning Commission got it right, and please maintain their decision. And I think the owner, whose father actually worked in that building too as a real estate agent, should try and think about maintaining what Laguna is all about and what we sell constantly in real estate: charm, history, quaintness, and why would you want to take away that beautiful building's exterior? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
This is the first, I went to both meetings. This is the first I hear that the building needs serious repairs and that they need to destroy the whole character of the building in order to repair the windows. I mean, this is absurd. If it needs the windows to be repaired, repair them. This total rehab and replacement of that wonderful brickwork, which George Dubin described as a work of public art. I mean, to get 5 votes from the Planning Commission to reject this, that's a monumental statement about how they felt about this project. So I would ask you to consider that not only is this historic, but they did a design review evaluation, and the whole project could be rejected purely under design review standards. It does not meet the integrity of the building, and it doesn't meet the neighborhood character. So this zone of local business professional, it specifically states that this zone is intended to be a transition and a reflection of the residential character. It's not supposed to look industrial. It's not supposed to look commercial. And so Chris Abel, you can tell, conscientiously responded to that criteria to make an office building that looked like, well, maybe that used to be someone's house someday. And that's an important part of this design, which would be canceled out by replacing all that brickwork. I've been trying to find out who did the brickwork, and I was told that Sandy Pringle did it. Now I'm told that Ross Cox was Sandy Pringle's mentor. These are important craftsmen in our heritage. And imagine destroying that heritage by taking all that wonderful brickwork to the dump. It's just so inappropriate and so wrong for this corner, for the neighborhood, and for this building. So I wish him all the success in making the repairs that need to be repaired and keeping the character. I just had all my windows in my Tudor-style building designed by Aubrey St. Clair repaired to the tune of $15,000, and they work beautifully and they're great. So I know it can be done. So just back up the Planning Commission, cut the torture, and tell them to keep the character of this building in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Billy Freed. I want to start by saying I'm very excited to hear that we're going to be a city going from the city of no to a city of maybe. Thank you. And Councilwoman Jones, you seem to be very up to speed. You hit the ground running. Very excited to see you up here on the dais. So I'm probably more impacted by this decision than just about anybody because I own the building across the street. It's where La Vida Laguna is, and it's where we're going to be moving our radio station to. And I got to tell you, I don't know about historic Providence, but I love that brickwork. It's really cool. And we have some of it ourselves in the same building. I would hate to see that go away. I have trouble understanding how even mold remediation would affect a facade and a wall. It is really part and parcel of some of our heritage that we need to hold on to in this city. It's rootsy. It's haphazard. As George Dubin said, he's not sure if it has any kind of artistic provenance, but it's funky and it's cool. And why are we going to let this go? I think the owner can still make remediations without ruining the character of the building. And we would like in our outdoor community lounge at the radio station to be able to look at that wall and say, this is so Laguna. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Kane, President of Village Laguna. We request that you please support what the Planning Commission discussed and the fact that they gave it very serious consideration. And it is a beautiful building, and we should preserve as much of our heritage as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers in opposition to the appeal and the project? So now we're going to give the applicant 2 minutes to say anything that they want to provide, and the members of the council, if you can ask any further questions at this point.
Absolutely. So obviously when we started this project 2 years ago, there was a conscious decision not to try and change the massing, not to try and change the scale, not to add square footage, not to change the parking requirements, not to change any of those components. There was a conscientious effort to retain and preserve, not to increase scale. The materiality that we had proposed was a rich material. It wasn't your typical stucco and your white box and your black this. It was a Shushugi barn, which is a charred black siding. It's fluted white concrete, which has a lovely shadow context to it. The landscape proportion of this, which was also a huge part of the Planning Commission, originally we were removing a couple of the kind of ficus trees, which were causing damage and overhead and all the other bits and bobs. But what we were proposing was 2 field-grown olive trees. That then, there was a condition from staff actually to increase that tree count to 4. And subsequently, we were very open to that as a comment and a condition. I think everything that we've kind of touched on when we talk about the maybes, right? The brick maybe was done by this or maybe by that. The historian which the city hired came up with no evidence was found. None of that. So I understand that there's all of these, but if we're not trusting the historians who are, by all accounts, the experts in this capacity, then why did we waste 1.5 years for them to conduct a historical assessment? And I understand that the board and planning commission have that ability and that right, and that is part of their power. But if we're disregarding staff reports and the historians, then I am curious what we're doing with regards to why don't we just submit straight to you guys each time then? So I would love to work and to find a solution that satisfies a lot of the planning commission comments.
Can I ask a question? So on the based on, you know, watching the two meetings on video, it seems like the landscaping approval was one of the issues.
Absolutely.
And again, this is the problem with the way that this was done by the planning commission. It's hard to understand what the actual was in the motion. But from the ficus trees perspective, what would your response be to why you're removing the ficus trees?
Yeah, you can speak to it. Yeah, Matt's landscape designer for it. He's part of the applicant team.
So, you know, it's a 40-year-old question. They didn't put any root barriers in. Ficus trees are notorious for doing damage. The proximity to the hardscape I mean, if you did go on site, you could see there's actually roots growing on the walls itself. So now in a construction approach, if we're going to redo the driveway, make the walls different locations so that the traffic can flow in and out safer, then the right way to do it would be to remove the trees, plant new trees, put root barriers around them, and make sure that the longevity of the design will uphold and not undermine the integrity of the hardscape and whatnot. So there was some comments of root trimming, but again, the proximity of the existing hardscape, it's within a foot of the trunk of the trees. So you can't trim that closely, but typically what they recommend is the drip line of the tree, which is the circle of the tree, which would be out into all the open space. So even the public walkways have been replaced because of the damage due to from the trees. So
got it.
We also have telephone lines that are in that 25 feet height. And to maintain these trees, we have to trim them twice a year just so that they don't grow into the telephone lines. So we want a tree that's not going to have bad root system, that's going to be able to be maintained to a certain height, but still keep the integrity of the mature trees in the neighborhood that, you know, help with the greenery and the beauty of softening the architecture and having human scale.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I have for the applicant team is about the other big issue is the crazy quilt brick, and I don't think anyone can deny that that is very adds a lot of charm to the design of it. Why not keep that on site? What's the basis for the removal?
Yeah, so I have some of it on my own house, so I understand. The original basis was we're rebuilding this house, it sounds like a house, this office. The client wanted a cleaner look, a more modern look and a sharper look. So originally it was an aesthetic and cost-effective solution to that. I think that the owners were open to a solution where we would actually, there was comments about trying to protect in place. I don't believe that's a feasible option for multiple reasons. A, you have tree roots going through the thing. The foundations are completely jacked up, and we have some, I know a couple of council members were able to come out and see it, but it's not in a position where we could reasonably protect in place. Now, there is a scenario where we would say, hey, we could reconstitute some of the existing material and rebuild a artisanal brick wall. That, I think, is an option that we would be entertaining. But to protect in place is near impossible.
Thank you. Any further questions from my colleagues up here? No?
Roy, you mentioned you wanted to work to see if you could incorporate some of the planning commission suggestions.
Absolutely.
And I think when I was out there yesterday, you showed me a couple things. Can you describe what you're referring to, what those might be?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously some of the planning commission members had some valuable insight and some good direction. And what we've done is try to work on a solution to satisfy and appease some of those comments. We did have an exhibit. I'm not sure if I'm able to show it, but we've already started working towards trying to provide including from the landscape perspective, adding an additional tree. One of the comments we talked about, Bob, was potentially adding a coastal live oak on Oak Street, which we thought was kind of a lovely homage to the street name. But that satisfies one of the 4 comments. And there was 4 specific comments. Cut down the firewall, we did that. Revisit the landscape plan, which we actually did. We added a tree to the landscape plan. Subsequently, they wanted more trees, which that's an option that we would be open to. The third one was to retain the crazy quilt brick. Now, I don't believe there's a scenario where I could present honestly and say we can retain the existing crazy quilt brick, redo the paving, and modify the ficus trees. That's just not a scenario that I don't think is on the table. What I could potentially suggest is that there's a scenario where we recapture and try and build a new brick wall in a homage to that style, and still in the artisanal way. That's something which I think is potentially acceptable.
And were there also some material changes, or are you considering those as well?
Absolutely. We presented that to ownership. There's been no concrete direction on that one, but to try and move a little bit away from some of the feedback was that it looked too commercial, and to try and get a little bit more warmth to the project, we were looking at some materiality that is similar to the building over here on Ocean, where they did that kind of darker green. So try and soften some of the materiality, and we're open to trying to find that solution.
Okay.
Thank you. So now we're going to bring this back to staff. If you have any responses to any of the issues that were raised, and also at this time, if Mike, or I guess maybe I'll just say, any council members have questions for staff? No questions for staff. Okay, so then we're going to close the public hearing. Or no, we're going to close the public testimony portion of the hearing, and now we're going to have council comments and deliberations.
As far as, and I appreciate, Rory, your comments, and I understand where you're coming from, but if you wanted to save the wall, you would come up with reasons how you could save the wall. And the same with the trees. They did talk about root pruning and deep water watering, deep soil watering. So it's, we obviously base our arguments on what we want to achieve, right? I think the question we have, unless I'm mistaken, is whether or not this meets the criteria for local resource. And by the way, I agree with a lot of what Pat says, and I don't want to be an obstructionist, because I do, think that want to encourage property rights, and I do believe them, and I don't want to stop them from improving this property. And I wouldn't even care. I take the position on these historic renovations where I don't really object to in-kind, like if you go from a wood window to a composite window, as long as it looks the same. So I'm not an extremist when it comes to these things, but I do find this an important corner, and I do think that these buildings and these elements of Laguna make us who we are, and they do deserve consideration. And it's difficult. It's not easy. And it's, Pat, it's not about being popular with one. You're not going to be popular with anybody when you deal with these things. So anyway, I think that my bottom line is, I think that we just need to ask ourselves, in my view, whether or not it has local historic value.
So why don't we start on that question and let's first answer that question, and then we can move on to the design review criteria. Does that make sense to everyone up here?
Mm-hmm.
So does anyone else want to weigh in on the question of whether it's a historic resource for purposes of CEQA?
Well, I think if we are the city's going to determine that it's a historic resource, cities should rely on the California Register of Historic Resources. We shouldn't do the local one. That's what I think. I feel like, to be honest with you, if we could solve the brick problem, we'd solve a lot of the problems. Because the brick, there's nothing really character defining about the building when you look at it apart from the brick. I mean, it's an okay looking building. I don't think, there's a building down the street that does look historic to me and it has a unique quality. But this building to me is whatever, it's some kind of combination of an office and a house, but what makes it unique is the brick. And I just feel like if we could retain the brick, and I agree with Mark about the windows, as long as they look, the same and they function well, that's fine. That's what I think we should be worrying about really, is just trying to retain the uniqueness about the building. A lot of things about the building are not unique,
Yeah.
but that's my
Got
opinion.
it. Hallie, on the CEQA question of historic resources, what do you think?
I was looking through the historic analysis and on page 104, I guess, of the staff report, item 5.3, the Laguna Beach Historic Register Criterion 5. It is representative of the work of a notable builder, designer, architect, or artist, including those of local importance. And to me, Chris Abel is one of the most iconic architects in this community. Maybe not of global significance, but important to our little town. So I do think that the building deserves some sort of historic protection. I agree with what you say, Sue. I think it's that brick facade that really makes it what it is, both on the building itself and the wall. I think both of those components are important. I also am questioning, and I guess this is a question for you, Megan. We have two options here, right? We as council can determine that the building has historical significance, which I think the Planning Commission clearly intended to do, but perhaps didn't follow the exact right process to formalize that. So our other option is to ask the Planning Commission to formalize the reasons that they made these findings.
Correct. You could make the determination, or you can remand that question
But we
to
could remand
the
that,
planning
yeah.
commission.
They didn't really make explicit
On the
findings.
CEQA, like they sort of did, but they kind of didn't.
They didn't.
Kind of didn't, yeah.
They did not make it's not explicit. If you were to make it, I would also recommend you make explicit findings by
Bringing it back.
continuing to bring it back. Yes.
It does seem clear that that was their intention.
I
to
don't
me.
think that's, because when you watch the first hearing, they make it clear that they don't want it to be. I see it. I guess I watched it. I don't think it's clear, but again, that's the problem when the resolution's not doesn't come back with the resolution. Bob, did you want to add something on the CEQA question?
Well, if I think Hallie has pointed out sort of the options, but if I understand it right, in order to determine that under CEQA this is an historic resource, it has to be based on the substantial evidence in the record. It has to be substantial evidence in the record. And what's been identified is, complies with this criterion 5 of the local, our local ordinance. The historic report on pages 104 and 105 goes through 11 criterion, and it meets the one, which is criterion 5. And I think somewhere else in this massive record, it says, well, the fact that you satisfy one criterion is not enough, right, to have substantial evidence to make a CEQA determination. And there were various comments made by members, but I don't think it's pulled together here in a way that. And maybe that's what you're suggesting, Megan. It either has to go back to planning so they can pull the record together and make the finding, articulate the substantial evidence that supports the CEQA finding, or we make it. I don't feel myself prepared to make it here tonight. I don't think it's. I can't get my arms around all of it, and I'm not even sure I would want to direct staff to go bring it back to us based on staff's sort of extraction of the record. If we're going to do that, and I guess we've got to talk about design review too, but if we're going to do that, it seems to me it should go back to the Planning Commission, and they should, expressly address the CEQA, whether it's a historic resource or not.
So in my view, this is I think we can get to the design review issues, but when the city made the decision to pass, like we said before, we're not in a policy-making role right now. We're in a quasi-judicial role where our job is to apply the rules as they are to the project in front of us. And the historic register, as we have it, just being eligible for it is not sufficient on its own to be a historic resource for purposes of CEQA. And I think it sets a very dangerous precedent if we're willing to go and basically take away people's property rights and subject them to a mitigated negative declaration. And I mean, we saw with the Kirby project, it's been years because for purposes of, and they were following the rules. So I would be supportive of, and I think we have a historic, the whole reason why they had to have a second hearing was to get a report from a historian. And then there's a report from a historian that clearly says this is not eligible for the state or national register. So I cannot make the evidence based on substantial findings, substantial evidence that this is eligible for the state or national register. I cannot make the findings that this is a historic resource under CEQA. So I think there's some comments I might have on the design review part of it, but I would, can I make if we wanted to make a motion on this part first, could we come back to it, or should we do a straw poll, or how do you think we should proceed if we want to? Because I guess what I would be, I don't know if my colleagues agree, is I'd be in favor of remanding this to the Planning Commission, that the evidence in the record shows this is not a historic resource for purposes of CEQA.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree that it is not a historic resource for purposes of CEQA. I agree under state and federal for sure, but I think the argument can be made that it is deserving of local protection under that discretionary portion of CEQA.
So, but our discretionary, what are the standards for the discretionary portion of CEQA, Megan?
So I would direct everyone's attention to page 17 of the staff report. And Romanet 3 talks about discretionary historic resource. And that says that when the site does not qualify either as mandatory or presumptive. So mandatory being on the national register, or presumptive, it's on the state register, or could qualify
Or being eligible for
those.
Yep.
So if it's not one of those, the city, the lead agency may, so discretion, this is your discretion, independently determine whether it should be treated as a historic resource under CEQA. We have some CEQA citations. And then that discretionary determination need be supported by substantial evidence. So to the Councilmember Whalen's point, you have to find in the record that there is substantial evidence to make the determination, that discretionary determination. And then I think this was Councilmember Kemp's point earlier. It says generally the lead agency will rely on the criteria for listing on the California register in making this determination. So I think Councilmember Kemp is making the argument, as I understand it, and I think you are too, Mayor Runagi. I got used to that. That you think that the higher threshold should apply, that you would rely on the state register. And then it sounds to me like other council members are making, it goes on to say, if a property does not qualify as either of those, mandatory or presumption, the city could rely on the local determination. And I lost my spot, but it goes on to say that you can also use the local criteria. You don't have to use the state criteria. So that is a decision for the council. And we have some council members that seem interested in using the local criteria, and some council members either under CEQA is appropriate. But it's a question as to what standard you want to use.
So I get that, but we have to look at we're judges up here, right? So we have to look at the rules of the game in front of us. The rules of the game for our historic register were that you're only on that the criteria only matters for if your owner consent, right? Because by this argument, we could essentially go and take any, go ahead.
When that ordinance and that debate was
Yeah.
going on, there was a lot of talk about CEQA. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, because you're still going to be able to rely on CEQA.
Well, but CEQA is still being relied on because it's eligible for the state or national
What he's
register.
saying is that CEQA could be applied for the local decision.
Correct.
So, but what are the rules of how we make that decision? I mean, I just think this is a dangerous precedent where we're applying the law. applying rules that don't exist. And
Well, yeah, but you could make the case the other way too. It's a dangerous precedent because, I mean,
So
if you
what's-
think about Chris Abel
yeah,
and you think about the Crazy Quilt brick, what else says Laguna
So-
more than those two things?
but if that's what we want
So
to
are
do.
you opening the door?
But if that's what we want to do, then let's then open up the ordinance and say that we want to make it that if you are eligible for criteria under the local ordinance, then for purposes of CEQA, you're on the historic register. Then do that. But I don't want to do that. I think we clearly made that decision before. So I don't know. I guess I would make a motion on the CEQA question that this is not a historic resource for purposes of CEQA. And again, I'm going to get to my design review comments because I think there might be ways to address the charm and the brick there, but I don't want to open up that. So I would make that motion on the CEQA question.
Yeah, I
Is it
agree with you.
second?
So I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
And what's your motion?
My motion is that we would, as part of remanding this to the planning commission, we would say that for purposes, that this is not a historic resource for purposes under CEQA.
Yeah, I won't support that.
Okay, so all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No,
I oppose it.
for now,
Okay.
because I want to get through the rest of the
Yeah, so then-
conversation.
Now let's go to the design review criteria if somebody wants to talk about that. Oh, yeah, sorry. I know 3-2, but we're not done with the item. We're still, so that doesn't pass. So let's talk about the design review issues. Does somebody want to start on that?
You want to talk about the trees and the wall and that stuff?
Yeah, do you want to start on?
Well, I
Do you
mean,
want to provide good direction to the planning commission?
I think we should get every effort to retain the walls, whatever you can do to retain the walls. I think you should retain the walls. Because that, again, when you look at that building, you think of the brick. The rest of it, I don't think much of it.
When you say the walls, do you mean the brick facade on the
Yeah,
front of the building
yeah.
as well?
Yeah. Yeah, so
Can I just make a point? Are these new plans? The municipal code will prohibit you from considering new.
these are plans that have not been submitted to the city.
Is that what they are? Oh, but on appeal,
We can't.
they
we can't
cannot
look at
be
these now.
considered.
Okay, we can't consider them now. Okay, we'll collect, okay.
I mean, you can hold on to them. They look very pretty.
Put 'em upside down. So here,
To start.
here's,
Mayor Pro Tem, oh, go ahead.
so what I think we should do is try to retain the brick both on the building and on the walls, if you can do that, because I think that's the biggest complaint, right? And I don't really care about the windows as long as they look and function like the other windows. I mean, I get where Ann's saying we should like to have wood windows, but wood windows in a beach community, they just, I've had wood windows in my other house and it's just a nightmare to take care of them. But on the tree, I mean, I don't know what to do about the trees. The trees are definitely growing into the walls and underneath the parking lot or whatever, the driveway thing that they've got there. I don't know what to do about those. I don't know if you could, just simple root trimming would take care of it because it looks like they've gone so far under the driveway. I don't know really how you do that without, I mean, I don't know anything about trees, but I can't see where you wouldn't sacrifice the integrity of a tree if you had to trim all those roots back. They've gone everywhere and they're in the wall. So you can clearly see them in there. So maybe one of those trees needs to go, the one on the corner. I don't know.
Mark.
I'm processing because we're talking about design review, but then we're not supposed to consider some of the new elements that were, so.
Your municipal code can be really tricky. So you are limited to considering the evidence that was presented to the planning
I
commission for
also
your
don't want this to
consideration.
end up being a Kirby project.
Well, so, but if it's a historic resource under CEQA, you know what that means. You have to have a mitigated negative
I'm just
declaration. It's going to be a,
I'm just giving, I know that.
Yeah,
And
so-
I'm just giving you my honest opinion when it comes to things that make Laguna Laguna.
I agree
those are
with that.
two Big things.
I
I
agree.
mean, so what's that, what does that say if somebody comes with an application for across the street? That Chris Abel property,
No, I think there's a problem in how we have our policies set up, but I just don't think that this is the avenue to.
What are you talking about across the
the
street?
lumberyard.
Oh, well, yeah.
So what do you want out of the design review?
I don't know what I want. I don't just,
I mean, what do you want us to?
I
You
think,
want us to
I
give
think what
direction
we
to the
need,
planning commission?
our job here is to, so it sounds like there's not a consensus on the question that, well, I know this is the hard part, because if the planning commission is saying there's a historic resource under CEQA, it sounds like maybe there's support for that up here, but it's unclear. We need to give the planning commission, we need to give direction. And so on the design review questions, what do we want to say?
It seems to me that it would be wholly appropriate for us to tell the planning commission, we think that you intended to highlight the historical significance of this building and preserve these specific aspects of it. However, we need you to do that more specifically. And that is the direction we give them.
So I'm
So
looking.
what you're insinuating is you avoid having it have CEQA applied to it, Haley?
No, I think she's
Sorry,
saying.
can you repeat that? I was busy talking to my attorney.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're basically saying that we can't make a decision on this because we don't know what their decision is on the CEQA question. Is that fair? That you want them to clarify what they're saying about whether it's a historic resource under CEQA?
Yes, because I think that we as council can spend a whole lot of time trying to figure that out. But if I understand what we're being asked to do, what we're being asked to do is to consider whether or not the planning commission was operating within their rights and following correct processes when they made this decision. And it's my belief that they were not following the processes they should have followed. I believe, and I know that this is not agreed with by everybody up here, but we did promise we'd be able to disagree civilly. That was part of our campaign promises. We're doing a good job, you guys, just for the record. I believe that their intention was clear. They just didn't do it very well. I'm sorry, Planning Commission.
No, you're right. So we just simply remand it back to the planning commission.
That is one option.
That's what I think we should do, because look what we're doing up here. So,
We're all trying to become historians.
well, they had a historic assessment and it met one criteria, that's it. But they didn't make explicit findings. Why don't just send it back to them and let them figure it out? What they need to do is decide whether or not it's going to be a historic resource. That's number one. On the design review, they need to figure out what they're going to do about the brick walls, and they need to figure out what to do about the trees. There's not that much.
But that's exactly, I guess this is exactly the direction that the planning commission gave them in hearing one. And then there was a historic report, but they didn't agree with that report. So I don't know, I just feel like we're spinning them on a.
Well, we're
on a
basically
wheel.
telling them, you didn't make explicit findings.
Right.
You
Yeah,
had a second hearing, you didn't make explicit finding, even though you had a historic. For me, I rely on the historic assessment by the
Yep.
experts. I'm
Unless
not going to
there's
do it on my
substantial-
own. I don't
well,
know.
if there's substantial evidence in the record that where in light of the findings by the expert, I'm open to it, but that wasn't presented.
Right.
So I agree with you.
All right.
I have to say, I think that the historic assessment did find substantive findings. I think that one, criteria 5, I think that's really important. I don't think we should dismiss that, the importance of local architects and local artists in our community.
Well,
So I get that it's only one, but I think it's an important one.
yeah.
I
but
get that, just our ordinance does not say that it's, even if it's an important one, you need to have the owner consent. So that's, I guess, how we see it differently.
Yeah.
For purposes of being on the register, you require owner consent.
Yeah.
But for
Correct.
criteria
But
evaluation,
we can, I guess, so the difference in how we're looking at the CEQA question is Hallie's saying that we can look at different criteria on the register and come to that conclusion.
I think that you have a fundamental disagreement about whether in reviewing a discretionary CEQA, a historic resource under the discretionary
Yep.
column, whether the criteria that you're willing to consider stops at the state or goes down to the local, and you can reasonably have that dispute. CEQA allows you to have that dispute. And so it's ultimately a question for council as to what standard you want to use.
Alex is bigger than me, so he'd probably win.
So on the discretionary historical resources, you're saying that's completely discretionary. I mean, it's in the word, but I mean, we
It's-
don't have to,
You may.
CEQA doesn't require you to determine something's historic if it doesn't meet the state or federal.
If it's
criteria.
not a mandatory or a presumptive historic resource, category 1 or 2, you have to in those categories
Right.
make your CEQA determination with understanding that it's a historic resource. The third category requires you to make a decision that it is a historic resource, and that decision is a may, not a shall.
Yeah, I guess, on the question of the design, does somebody want to make a motion on either of the issues?
How about making a motion based on, we need to find that paragraph again.
Hold the
That-
line, please.
The one where she talked about the crazy brick and I was just looking for it and I couldn't find it again. I had it a little bit ago.
You mean criteria 5, which
Yeah.
talks about finding a building has historical significance if it has. Hold on, I'll try and find it.
I mean, I think that they could still have design flexibility if they captured elements of the items that are mentioned that represent
Are you looking for
Chris's
page
work and
104
materials.
of the agenda report, page 104? Thanks, Anne Marie.
Well, I guess without answering the question of whether it is or isn't a historic resource, right? We could remand it back to the, kind of along the lines of what you were saying. So we could remand it back to the planning commission to say, we believe the defining features of the building are the brickwork, and we want the planning commission to maximize the preservation of the brickwork. And then also address, the landscape plan and any other changes that, because I do think Rory has some changes that I believe the planning commission would find more in line with what they envisioned for the exterior of the building. So we don't find it, we don't answer the historic resource question one way or another. We just say preserve the defining historic feature that we think it is, which is the brickwork. I agree with you. Because they're not changing the building or the shape or size of the building.
And I watched the hearings. That's what they were concerned about. They talked a lot about the brick.
I'd support that.
Mhm.
So Bob, your suggestion is that they decide whether it's a historic resource, or are we giving them direction on that question? That is,
No, we're not asking them to address the historic resource question, right? We're just saying preserve, we council believe the defining features of the building that are important to the, from a community perspective is the brickwork. You're directed to work with the applicant to maximize the preservation, either the preservation or, renovation of the brickwork in a way that preserves it to the maximum extent possible.
I'm supportive of that. But I'm just, don't we want to, it sounds like there's two, what Hallie suggests, the CEQA question is that we say that they would decide what to do on the purposes of CEQA if it's a historic resource. Are you leaving that open for them to decide that, or are you saying that we're remanding and saying it's not a historic resource?
Saying, why do you even have to address that? Work on the brick. Figure out the brickwork and figure out the landscaping.
So,
But wasn't that the appeal was based on the CEQA question?
well, the appeal is based on the historic question.
Which is unclear if it's a CEQA question.
But so when say the planning commission has revised plans and that incorporate and address, when they go to make the CEQA determination on the exemption, they will have to establish that the exceptions to the exemption do not apply. And the fourth exception to the exemptions is whether it's a historic resource. So that question will come up ultimately before the planning commission.
And so I guess they're going to have to decide on that. So do we want to provide direction on that, or do we want them to decide? That's sort of the key question.
So they would have to decide
In order to rely on,
whether it's a discretionary resource, you're saying?
in order to rely on an exemption, you have to establish that the exceptions that kick the exemption out don't apply. And one of the exceptions is a historic resource. So they'll have to determine whether or not it's a discretionary resource at that time. And so ultimately that question will arise. And yeah, and so you could leave it, you could give them that direction, or you could leave it to them to make that determination when they can reconsider the project with the revised or the modified plans.
So if we were to send it back to planning commission and we made the determination that it was a historic resource for local standards, would they have to comply with the state or national standards when they did the redesign? Or could they do what I suggested a bit ago, just consider various elements of it, like the brick and some of the various elements that you could point to that, point the fact that Chris Abel was involved with the design?
If it's determined to be a historic resource, it'll need to comply with the Secretary of Interior standards. So the project will either need to comply with those standards, or it potentially will trigger an initial study to evaluate the impacts of the effect of the project on a historic resource, which then from there, a different CEQA document will be needed.
And see, that's where I have a problem.
I just don't think CEQA is the right way to do what you're trying to do, Mark.
I know.
Right? I mean,
we're just having a
No, I
conversation.
know. I'm just making that point that
Yelling at me and.
I just think we're just going to create more unnecessary layers of red tape that are not
You
going
know
to.
how I feel about that. That's why I'm struggling with this. I'm truly struggling with it. And I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
Well, Megan, what you're saying though is the council could say today, this is not a historic resource, but have the applicant act to preserve elements that are important to the community, important to the without using the H word.
Because Mark, to your question about what would happen to the lumberyard, the design review criteria would, like, you could look at design compatibility, integrity. There's many things in the design review criteria that could protect what you're concerned about as it relates to, the look and feel of the town, where we don't need to get CEQA involved and say that it's a historic resource for purposes of, so that's where I would be. So I'd be in favor of your motion, but Bob, if we said that is, or I guess I don't know if you want to make a motion.
I think I see what Megan's saying. So in order to prevent it from going to possibly an initial study and further CEQA, we have to make the determination tonight but give direction. So I'll try this out. We could make a determination that this is not it's not a discretionary historical resource, right, under CEQA, but direct the Planning Commission to maximize the preservation of what we think are the historic, not that's the wrong word, what we think are sort of the key features of the building, which is the brick, and then work with the applicant to, make further modifications that Planning Commission thinks are necessary under the design review criteria for integrity and neighborhood compatibility.
I would second
Right?
that.
Is that
Yeah,
So the historic thing is done
yes, for CEQA
for
purposes,
secret purposes, but it's back to the planning commission
on the
to,
design review
on
issues.
that basis.
And you want to be specific on the key feature being the brick, or do you want to leave it to key features that are relevant to Chris Abel's?
Design building.
Or are they going to know what that is?
I'm just asking the question.
No, I'm asking a question too, because I'm asking a question to your question. I don't know, how would they know that? I mean, I'm thinking if I'm on the planning commission, and I got that direction, what would I do with that?
You'd say, what the heck's Mark thinking? Well, we could say the brick and
Well, did anything come out? I don't recall. Did anything else come up? I mean, they didn't like the overall kind of
Firewall, the firewall, Susan had an objection to the firewall, the height of the firewall. She wanted it trimmed down to whatever. I don't know about that.
yeah, but
The trees.
fire department said
The
no.
trees, and Anne testified on the trees. I think she said something about, or somebody said something about, trimming back the roots and putting deep water in there and hopefully, I think Anne brought up the main beach ficus tree or something. Then they talked about the hedge, which parallels Oak Street and kind of obscures the parking lot, because that was also a ficus hedge. I think those guys want to take it out and put a privet hedge in there. So that came up. I don't know what the recommendation of that was, but those were the main issues that I
Yeah.
recall.
So I think that, I think we leave that to planning commission to work on the landscaping issues. But I think, Mark, your point, your question, the other features, that can that not be addressed through the design review criteria, the neighborhood compatibility and the integrity?
that's what Alex was
Design
mentioning
integrity.
a moment ago.
Yeah,
Yeah. I just wanted to throw it out there.
yeah, well,
So
Okay.
right now, we're going to limit it to the brick. Or just remand it back.
I think we're
Landscaping, right? Well, they have, the applicant, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, just to say it again, and then we can decide whether we want to refine it. We would be making a determination here tonight that if it's not a historic resource for under CEQA. But we do find that the brick features of the building and the property are character defining. We want to have the planning commission work with the applicant to maximize the retention of those features, and then work on, and there's other things they may work on, right? That the applicant has already sort of quickly shown, related to neighborhood compatibility and design. So I think we just can remand it back on the design review features, and the only key I guess the key input we're making is, one, not a historic resource. Two, the brick is a defining feature that should be maximized in the preservation, in the renovation of the building. And then, everything else is just remanded back, and they got to deal with it on design.
Yeah,
review
I'd
feature.
hate to be too specific on the landscape, because if they came up with some ideas and came in with some semi-mature oak trees or something in lieu of ficus, I mean, I'm not, I think that they did some flexibility on that.
No, I agree. I think we're just we're remanding that
Yeah,
back. We're not
right.
giving direction
Yeah.
on that. So is that enough of a motion, or do we need to?
We have a resolution, so I'd like you to adopt that, and then we will add into the resolution I believe in section 3 of the resolution which remands the project. We will clarify that the discussion you just had in there about the brick wall. And then I would suggest we add into section 4 that the city council also determines this not to be a discretionary historic resource. As I think I'm hearing it, it's not a discretionary historic resource because it's not hitting the state standards for historic resource, which is what the historic assessment report said.
Yes. Well, I don't want to set that as a I mean, I don't want to set that as a standard. Can't we just say?
You don't want that precedent.
Can't we just say it doesn't, it's not a historic resource. It's not a discretionary historic resource for purposes of CEQA.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we can decline to find it a discretionary historic resource.
Yeah, because I don't want to set that criteria as,
I don't
I
either.
mean, I know Alex may feel differently, but I don't think we need to.
I guess I just thought that was what the ordinance did, was said that that created a, you know, because what the discretionary CEQA findings are based on the local agency, right? We're the local agency. We passed an ordinance to define historic resource as, you know, and we took away the idea that just because you're eligible for the local register. I thought that was the whole intent of that. And that's what I thought the historic report, that's what the person who went to, you know, she went to Penn and studied history. That's what she found in her report, was that apply that exact criteria.
Yeah, so I think that the difference is that the definition of historic resource in our ordinance compared to the definition that's used in the historic assessment report, ours has 6 like possible
Yep.
things to make it, and hers lists 5. And the 6th one is the city is mandated by law to treat it as a historic resource based on substantial evidence in light of the record.
Got it.
And so if you make a determination that it is a discretionary historic resource, you are now mandated by law to treat it as such. But you're not making that determination, and
Got it.
so it is therefore not a historic resource.
I see what you're saying. It's an affirmative act to say it's a discretionary resource.
Correct.
Got it. So was that a motion, Bob?
Well, so what are we doing? Yeah, Megan wants us to adopt this resolution. So can we go through it? And
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole lot of discussion in here about historic resource. I mean, so you're saying we just keep section 1, section 2 as is, which goes on for several pages, application of the property. And then it says the plan at the bottom of page 9 of the, therefore the city council cannot reasonably conclude from the reference to the property as historic was made in reference to a discretionary historic. I mean, I think where were you suggesting we add the language that we make the determination it's not a discretionary?
I think I thought you were determining that you wanted to make.
No, we need to make that.
Yeah.
That's Megan's saying then they have to make that.
They're
It'll be
gonna have
back
to
on
make
their-
that.
It'll be
I see
back
what
on
you're
their
saying.
table.
Yeah. So maybe I think you could do it in a couple places. Maybe section 2 under A3 at the end, which ends on the beginning of page 11 of the resolution of the staff report and the resolution. I think we there could say that the city council finds that it is not a local discretionary resource under CEQA.
Okay.
And then I would, under section 3, where it remands the decision, we need to strike the language to make a determination as to whether the property is or is not a historic resource, because you have made that now in the prior section. So you're going to remand the DR decision and sorry, I'm on page 15. On section 3. You're going to remand the project with the direction of the Planning Commission, and then we need to strike that language to make a determination as to whether the property is or is not a historic resource within the meaning of CEQA. I think we just need to say that we're remanding the project to the Planning Commission for reconsideration of DR 23-1480. And that the city council further this block wall discussion, I'm not sure I'm going to summarize it as well as you already have, but that needs to be considered and implemented into the design.
Yeah, that in connection with the reconsideration, the Planning Commission will seek to maximize the retention of the brick features on the property, the existing brick features.
Yeah.
We think does that do it?
That's good.
Okay, so I would move the adoption of the resolution with those changes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so that passes 4-1 with Councilmember Jones dissenting.
See, we don't always agree. What a surprise. What a surprise.
Okay, so then that leaves us to our final opportunity on the item on the agenda, which is if there's a council member item. Does anyone have a council member item for future consideration? No. Okay, so then we are going to adjourn to the closed session at 4 o'clock. And oh yeah, and so I'm gonna go to Councilmember Kempf, who's gonna adjourn the meeting in favor for Lance Stewart.
Okay, so just a recap for Lance Stewart was a lifelong Laguna local. He's described by Pastor Jay as the greatest athlete in Laguna Beach high school history. He was a substitute teacher in our school district for many years before becoming a volleyball, basketball, and football coach at the high school and at Thurston. Lance Stewart was 61 years old. Our sympathies go out to his family, friends, and all the students that Lance impacted. In lieu of flowers, the family is establishing the Lance Stewart Legacy Athletic Scholarship in his memory, and there's a GoFundMe page online and accepting contributions to support Lance's family during this difficult time.
May I add to that?
Yeah.
Lance was a coach at the high school when I was at the high school. He was also my son's volleyball coach this past year.
Wow.
Just an absolute icon, an incredible athlete in his time, and a real shocking loss for the whole community.
Agreed.
I had something also.
Yeah.
Yes, Lance Stewart. I watched him play in high school. I watched him play in college, and I've known him for 40-some years. A great guy who'll be missed greatly in the town. Thank you.
Agreed. So we'll adjourn the meeting in his memory and adjourn to the closed session at 4 o'clock and the regular city council meeting at 5 o'clock on Tuesday, January 14th. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good holiday, everybody.